All right, here we are at the
Hi, hi, 聞こえておりますでしょうか? It's actually quite funny how Nintendo managed to make a more Jewish sounding song than the actual Hava Nagila. It's, yeah. Definitely somewhere. Truly, they are the 13th Lost Tribe. How's everybody doing today? Hello there, Sort of a Demon. Congratulations on once again claiming first. Let me move Officer Klukai out of the way slightly. Actually, let me get her slightly sized up because her model is smallish compared to the other ones I run in desktop. That's probably a little bit too tall. I don't support the trend of women getting bigger, so that's what you get. Probably going to size you down slightly more after we, yeah, there we go. How are we getting another ad break? I just ran a 3-minute ad break. Get the fuck out, Twitch. Well, I guess, break out those wallets, what can I say? Alright, so, Lenny McGill is showing something at SHOT. So funny story. I was, I think I already shared that one, but I was about to go to SHOT Show this weekend, and I decided against it, just because I just came back from Vegas, like, the previous weekend, and I'm not about to double dip into Vegas. And I generally prefer to not spend my own money to travel to Vegas, and there was just not enough time to get, like, work approvals to go. So, And from what I'm seeing, you know, based on things coming out of SHOT this year, I kind of, it's better to wait a little bit than to blow my load this year. So, because, like, the announcements are just, oh, like we're gonna look at some of these, but like, oh, 511 has a booth and they have clothes there. Some of that clothes is like only agency contracts. Thank you. That's very cool. Not only do I get blueballed by my gun companies, but now I can also get blueballed by my apparel companies. That's absolutely fantastic. That's the I am happy that you get government contracts now, but you know that I also pay money. Arguably, well, okay, sure, on an individual. Oh boy. Okay, okay. Band. So it's really cool that people say, "Oh, stream on Kick." Kick is so based. Kick is not even able to integrate like the most basic level of bot screenings. It's not even funny. Right, but as I was saying, yeah, I understand that the contracts are a lot of cash up front, even with the government discount, and the reason civilians pay more is because the logistics of getting things to civilians is actually more complicated than getting things to the army or to agencies. But still, if you're going to make a thing, can I please buy the same thing, even if it's a shirt? All right, let's see what Lenny has to show.
All right, here we are at the O-Site booth in 2026. Thank you.
Good to see you.
SHOT Show, and you took our M1X frame,
All right.
formerly known as the 26X,
Right.
and shot 10,000 rounds through it.
Yep, with our brand new XR right there.
So the frame did well, and how did the XR do?
We did just fine.
Yeah.
We got to take it out.
Okay.
That's the last magazine. Here you go. It's clear.
Wow.
We'll put this aside.
Well, it looks like it's got a little bit of wear on it, but you know what?
Yeah.
I think that's skin is what that is.
Yeah, I know. A lot of DNA.
Yeah, a lot of
We had
DNA.
like 20 volunteers together.
Wow.
You see the front? It's all gunked.
Yeah, boy, oh boy. But you know what?
Hey there,
It
friendly
still works.
anarchists.
So we did 10,000 rounds through
Yeah,
this,
we'll put that in there. It looks good.
and the frame worked great, and the site works great. So what's new with O-Site this year?
So the XR is the world's first fully enclosed RMR.
Oh, wow.
See that?
Yeah, RMR footprint.
Yep. And we got 3
Wait, but the RCR exists. What the fuck is he on? What do you mean it's the world's first fully enclosed RCR? Fully enclosed RMR. First of all, that's an O-Site. That's not an RMR. Let's not get our wires crossed here. My brother in Christ, you manufacture in China. What do you mean?
3 reticles, 2, 6, and 32 all in one package.
Right.
And then we have a backup rear iron sight now.
Oh, look at that.
If you don't need it, put it away.
Oh, that is very cool. So it's a pop-up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, what I really like about your site is this charging manual or charging
Yeah.
hood that you have.
Yep. So look at that. The logo comes up.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah. Pop that on.
That is the coolest thing in the
So
world.
that's actually like 5%.
The charging hood is cool. I understand. Listen, it's good that we have a lot of different brands. It's good that they have to compete on a feature set, and it's good that they have to compete on pricing. I'm all for it. Still not buying fucking O-Sites. I'm sorry. I'm just not. No, I would rather buy a Vortex Red Dot, which I did. See a retard pull a P320 in an ICE agent and found out? No, I did not see that. Do you have a video or an article? P320 of all things. Was it like an M17 or just... Yeah. Throw it in the... Are you in the Discord? If you are, you can just throw it in the media share. You are not. Well, that is a unfortunate oversight. All right, that's O-Site for you.
Right now,
Let's start with the readables, actually. Let's start with the Twitter stuff. I am a little bit behind on some of these. So let's see. Prediction. The WEF does not have a story for why they have to insert themselves into AI. When the USSR fell, it also took NATO several years to come up with a story for why their continued survival was necessary. That was provided by Soros in his 1993 essay. All closed societies are a threat, and NATO's new mission is to turn closed societies into open societies. Oh, God. When the WEF does formalize their story for their own continued existence. My prediction is it'll be the breakdown in trust in institutions is so great that it requires the power of AI to enforce shared norms. They don't know this yet. Nobody individually can justify why they dropped climate change for AI. This is the convergence I sense. This is actually a positive change because at least they're dropping the climate change grift. All right.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing.
All right. Is that a P320? I mean, the slide looks like a P320. That looks like a CZ grip. Maybe because of the like, it's a nice P320. Those are fucking hollow points too.
People, you know. They're doing too much.
Custom grip on an M18. Probably that does look like an M18 slide. That's a beefy dot. Is that a SIG dot? I don't remember SIG making big enclosed optics like that. Although to be fair, I don't pay attention to SIG optics.
Much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know. They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know.
Might be a Onii-san, I see. See, I think he's not finding out enough yet. That's not a...
Shit. What the fuck?
Oh, okay, that's where he shot him.
They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? They killed him?
Very low visibility. Oh, okay. So far, I see them claiming that gun was planted before the shooting. How do you plant a gun before a shooting? That one ICE agent had his hand on his holster during the struggle, so it's premeditated. Yes, because you're not supposed to like retain your weapon during apprehensions. He was motionless on the ground, and shooting him was execution. I mean, you need to make sure that he's no longer moving.
Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on site. They're doing too much.
People to do what? To also get shot? What the fuck do you mean? You love to see it. Thank you. This brightens my day. No, I'm sorry. I'm tired of loss of life is bad. No. Death is a preferable alternative to communism. I'm sorry, if you're a deranged commie lunatic, you're going to assume room temperature. That's it. I'm perfectly fine with that. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. He's been declared dead according to Minneapolis police. You think? You're tired of having to feel bad for people who are retarded. It's not just retarded, they're also malicious. I mean, excuse me, like, why are you pulling a gun on law enforcement? Never mind on law enforcement. Why are you pulling a gun in the first place? What were you going to do with that gun? I'm pretty sure that pulling a gun on someone is a very clear violation of the NAP. All right. The European organizations are launching their own social media platform, W Social, aimed at directly competing with Elon Musk's X app. Officials say every account will require human verification, meaning bots will not be allowed to the platform. There will be a bot to break that verification made the day after it launches. And you know also what? Nobody's going to fucking use this. Nobody is going to fucking use this. Of all the attempts to make something outside of the big three, I forget what the acronym for the big three social media. It's not even big three, but outside of the sort of the primary social media companies, the only somewhat successful attempts have always come from Russia. they also come from Russia whenever the state isn't involved. So it came from private interest. And you could argue that Google also comes from Russia because so does Sergey Brin. It just took him to, to come to an actual free market to do so, but that's besides the point. Like Telegram, it's more of a messenger than a social network, but that one is actually successful, and that was made as an alternative to your conventional WhatsApps and whatnot. And feature set wise, it was a clear winner on a lot of applications. A lot of functions WhatsApp also eventually integrated, but they were a little bit too late to the party. I still think that Telegram is a preferable messenger to WhatsApp. Sorry, I'm taking a whiff of my new tea. It's not new as in like it's a new tea I've tried. I got a fresh batch of last year's fall Tiguanyin, and it hits just right. All right, what is this? Average Toyota pickup driver. Wait, why is the if you're going to spend, what do Toyotas go for these days? Like $5,000, $10,000? You put a little bit of investment into it because that's definitely not a stock Toyota. It better fucking run. Like if I'm going to get a car, yeah, hell yeah, I'm getting a car that can just, that I can just raise from the dead after an ice storm. Alright, what the fuck is this?
I feel good, feel great, perfect day to move some freight. Got a palette on my forks, got a smile on my face. I'm working, well sort of, I'm on my ass all day. I'm driving a forklift and my mom says that's okay. I get rowdy, I get wild, doing donuts in the aisle. I could back into a bay and I could sit there for a while. I can pick up almost anything and lift it way up high. I could drop it on my head and file a claim to L&I because I work in a warehouse. That's where I spend my time. I sure am glad I went to school to learn graphic design. Yeah, I work in a warehouse. It's where I feel free. I sure am glad AI took my career away from me. Now this warehouse is a freezer. It's colder than a...
Let me quickly address that because that's an interesting point that's being made. So this is a young, respectable Zoomer Chad over here who's basically just been undercut by a lot of entry-level jobs being replaced by AI. And you know what? Graphic design is actually one of those areas where that is, I think, a short-term but valid complaint. However, now that he's in the trades, yes, it's not as prestigious. You don't get to work for the Googles of the world, at least not in the next 5 years. However, if you have your graphical design degree and you work shift work, you may as well just apply yourself and start, that's what I'm looking for, start working self-employed as a graphical designer. Because people still need things designed. Not everyone wants to wrangle AI, because AI is still a very blunt force tool, and I don't see it getting any bigger. So, listen, the only way is up. That's all I'm going to say. And then he can be a small business owner, also undercutting upstarts by replacing them with AI.
A bitch. That's cool. For 12 hours a day, I swear I'm freezing off my tits. It's winter in the spring, in the summer, in the fall. I've got dirt under my fingernails and frostbite on my balls. I'm having lots of fun. I'm making lots of friends. This warehouse is a party, and the party never ends.
Wait, do Zoomers know what Ed, Ed, and Eddie is? I'm not. Excuse me. This is a three raised finger moment for me.
My best foot forward, I show up to work on time, but my boss
Zoomer here, yes. Okay.
doesn't like me, so I'm shitting on his dime because I work in a warehouse. It's great for self-esteem. It's all I ever wanted. Now I'm living out my dream. Yeah, I work in a warehouse. I'm sure my family's proud because they know that I'm the greatest forklift driver in my town. Warehouse living is the life for me. It's not like it's by choice, but it's the way it's got to be. Warehouse living is the only way. It's not like it's by choice, but I've got bills I've got to pay because I work in a warehouse. I forklift just for fun, where the fun is never ending and the work is never done. Yeah, I work in a warehouse. That's where I spend my days. Someone tell my wife that it's a lifestyle, not a phase. Now I work in a warehouse. I used to work from home. I left that life behind me. Now I forklift on my own. Yeah, I work in a warehouse. It puts me to the test. Robots took my last job and they'll come for this one next.
He also seems to be a very decent musician. Here's the thing, Western man. There's two ways you can typically go in life. Whenever you start, everyone starts in a shitty entry-level job. The industry is going to be different depending on your circumstances. The jobs that lead to nicer places are usually the suckier ones on the way in. That includes some of the trades. That includes consulting firms, because being an entry-level hire in a consulting firm is hell. Because you get to freeze your balls off on a business trip to some shithole while also being paid less than a New York burger flipper. So let's cool it a little bit, and you also get fewer protections, and you get unpaid overtime. But even in blue collar work, arguably more so in blue collar work, there's a clear progression path. There are more certifications, more hard skills that you can get, and usually there's a clear career path for you. So it's not as nice. Again, it's not as prestigious as drinking lattes in a tech firm. Drinking lattes in a tech firm is, I would say, the better and faster path to generational wealth. However, you have to work with the deck that you're dealt. Rather, with the hand that you're dealt. All right, Scott Besant was asked about eating bugs, apparently.
We've seen the lack of energy security from this manic push for net zero, which I think we've seen in some recent scientific journals has been pushed back. Even Bill Gates is saying 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees. I'm not sure it matters. If you look at what he's doing with his own money, it looks like he believes we're going to innovate our way out of any perceived climate problems. So I think that's on one side. And then again, I think we almost reached a Saturday Night Live moment a few years ago when it was, you're not going to own anything, you're going to eat insects. I mean, it was just, the inmates were running the asylum at that point.
You're not into the bugs?
Well, I can tell you, after a few days of Swiss German food, I may switch to bugs. I'm bringing
brutal, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, so I didn't know that came out of left field. I mean, I don't think that Swiss bros deserve that kind of hate. Although I'm not sure. Wait, is Swiss German food what are staples of Swiss German food? Hey there, Gecko. If the climate cult was actually correct, trying to innovate our way out would be probably a better option than, like depressing industry by paying infinity taxes to not just industry, by just depressing the standard of living and inflating cost of living by paying more taxes to make the sun less hot. Yes, innovation is usually the preferable way to do that, even if it were true. Hi. Hope you're doing well today. Hope everyone is staying safe from the snow over or ice in or whatever you're currently experiencing. I'm not seeing any of our Texas viewers in, so I'm a little bit concerned. We've had some ice rain overnight in my area, so I hope no one's affected by it. Fortunately, it's a weekend and it should lighten up by Monday, so. Very good sausage and chocolate is all you can think of, but that's like generically Swiss. That's not specifically Swiss German, though. Because there's Swiss French, Swiss Italian, and those food staples are slightly different because of the proximity to their respective areas of influence. I've only had like core Swiss food, what do they call it, fondue, despite it having a very pronouncedly, French name. Sausage I've definitely tried, like all of the Wurst variants. This is pretty good. Like not fantastic, not mind blowing. A lot of potatoes actually. They're for some reason really into their potatoes. You'd think that would be more of an Irish staple. But yeah, the cheeses is actually my strong point of preference. I don't much care for the chocolate. The cheeses and apple cider, non-alcoholic apple cider. Now that I think about it, I'm actually good. We have apple ciders in non-alcoholic apple ciders in America. It's basically just a carbonated apple juice. But I may actually go and walk over to Target to get myself some. But agree overall on everything except for the Swiss German food comment. I don't know what they're feeding them. I've been to Davos. Well, to be fair, I was down with the flu, so I like barely remember anything I ate. Love some apple cider. Simple but good. I mean, it's just a fizzy drink. It's very low in sugars.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. But they fought with expert timing. There was Funky China Man from Funky China.
To be fair, the impacts aren't really doing anything because of the armor, but it's still a jolly good time. Good for them. It's good that the boys are having fun. God forbid men have a little bit of action. All right, Cappy has come out with an interesting, with a spicy video over here. How the U.S. Special Forces are hitting inside of Russia. Are we supposed to be just saying that out loud? I'm sorry. Why are we still participating? I know that we're not giving Ukraine any money, because, they've sort of failed their exam to become the next Israel. For one, because they've been funded to the tune of like 10 Israels at this point, and at least a third of that money has gone up Zelensky's nose. So why are we still invested is my big question. But I guess he's going to tell us. We're still giving them guns, but Eurotards are paying for it now. See, if we're selling them guns, then that's not an issue. That means we're just making money. I'm not enjoying the ammo shortage. I doubt that that's actually creating much of an ammo shortage. For one, because, what's the most common caliber in that part of the world? 7.62 x 39? Who gives a fuck? AK fans deserve less. That's all I'm going to say on the subject.
U.S. Special Forces are conducting a Black Ops sabotage campaign deep behind Russia's lines. A new report from The Telegraph just revealed that since June 20...
Is Def creating a 5.45 shortage? I said what I said. Also cheap 9mm. I don't know. I've looked on Phoenix Ammo. Let's debunk this real quick. Phoenix Ammo. At least if you're going for training ammo, Fuck, I mean, I've seen jacketed hollow points go relatively. Just shoot good guns. We have good guns here. Why are you shooting comm block trash? Yeah, see, there you go. $68 a bag of 250. And Phoenix ammo is good ammo. Like, yeah, sure. Oh, the cases don't match because he buys his brass from different sources and he doesn't differentiate, and the projectile is copper coated. Who gives a fuck? You're shooting it at cardboard at best, probably at paper or at trash. Tommy block guns used to be cheaper because they were always trash, Gecko. The comm block has not produced a good gun. They've produced interesting guns. The Ventorias is an interesting gun. You know what's a better gun that does Ventoria's things? Anything in fucking 300 Blackout. Zastava is willing to sell you a belt fed, you'll support them? Sure. Go ahead. To shoot what ammo? You disagree considering the PKM exists? Is the PKM good compared to modern analogs? But yeah, there you go. Phoenix ammo. If you want to save on self-defense ammo, which I don't know, like, again, the dude makes good stuff. I prefer my plus P speared gold dots. They're really working on 308 for the US. Well, there you go.
2025, CIA operatives are now following a much more aggressive strategy than the public previously knew about, coordinating operations deep inside Russia. Russian agents have been waging a hybrid war against Europe for the past few years.
PKM is still probably one of the best general purpose machine guns around, even if it's starting to show its age. I don't know. I feel like the SAW outperforms it. Granted, sure, it requires, logistics on top of it, but, everything in the U.S. Army requires logistics. Poland still refuses to give it up. Probably because they can produce it natively, too.
And now it appears the West is striking back. Today, I'm going to show you what targets are already being hit and what happens when one of these operations goes wrong. We're just now learning that when the Russian military launched their full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, in response, the CIA partnered with their NATO allies to activate sleeper cells that were already inside Russia. These agents began collecting intelligence on the war effort from behind the line.
Not the fucking sleepers. Why are we telling people this? A full-sized RPK weighs less than a 249. Ah, okay, so there is a... Yes, why are we telling people this? I'm sorry, this is supposed to be means and methods.
According to authors Jack Murphy and Tim Weiner's reporting, the double agents had stashed explosives and weapons inside Russia more than a decade earlier after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Since the 1990s...
Okay, over a decade earlier. Okay, that sort of makes it less bad.
Early 2000s, the CIA's Moscow station had built up an elaborate stay-behind network of spies that we previously didn't know about. From Tim Weiner's book...
I mean, it is hilarious that they actually did it. That's also kind of a flex. Oh, yeah, so we have a stay-behind network of agents, and we also stashed, like, supplies all over your country, and you still don't know. Yeah, it seems like one of those things that you really don't want to blab about.
Great book, The Mission, the CIA's elite...
You'll go for Russia and search for one of those pieces? Yeah. 7.62 by 54R is of course more powerful than 5.56 while having a lighter gun with a longer barrel. The PKM fucks shockingly hard, is the best comm block gun. You're not trying to use a shoddy stored decades plus old explosive device. Yeah, the explosives are a bit iffy, especially if they were stored like before we figured out, non-reactive explosives that don't really go off until you install your trigger mechanism. So I don't know about that. I don't know, but if it's guns, if it's like converted full auto guns, there's a conversation to be had there.
team of paramilitary officers, Brown Branch, trained these operatives at bases inside Germany and Poland before sending them into Russia. They were given the job of evading Russia's FSB internal security service. These agents lived seemingly normal.
I mean, it's hardly difficult to do. I'll be real. Having exposure to some active duty FSB, some of them are great people. Others, especially the operatives, holy shit, you've not seen fucking paint sniffers this bad. And the problem is they're indoctrinated into, they're the most insufferable midwits ever, just because they have access to things that are NDA. They think that they've seen behind the curtain of the world, and they think that they are the smartest person in every room. I don't know if they're gassed up to think that through their training, or is that just, a personality flaw that these people, that's a prerequisite to going into that organization. But oh boy, it's the conversations I've had with some of those people are, I feel like I've lost IQ points engaging with them.
Lives among the Russian populace thanks to elaborate cover stories and forged documents. We've long known about Russian sleeper agents inside the United States and inside Europe.
Have we? Excuse me, that's news to me.
KGB has famously flipped some officers at the top level of the US intelligence community.
Okay, KGB, so Cloak and Dagger era, I get that.
And those have been given prison sentences for it. Oftentimes, the only reason we know about these Russian spies are because of the high-profile prisoner swaps. But what fascinates me about this is how we're learning about Western sleeper agents inside Russia for the first time. Within weeks of the invasion, mysterious explosions started happening inside Russia. There were fires, and industrial quote-unquote...
Don't worry, I'm just gunning for an MP5 SD. That's an excellent choice. And if it's a pre-86 full auto MP5 SD, that would mean that it's registered with the NFA. So it's technically a transferable machine gun.
Unquote accidents. Accidents according to local media, but these suspicious sabotage actions always plagued the Russian side and made their supply shortages even worse, curiously. Key rail bridges, fuel depots, and power plants all suspiciously got blown up early in the war. Since then, it's only doubled down. I've scoured Russian sources, Russian language media, from their state media to their mill blogger accounts on Telegram for recent reports. These here, and here.
Does Cappy know Russian? How is he able to study Russian language sources?
Here and here. These are different sabotage incidents that I found from 2025 to today. Russia has an entire roving patrol across the country that now searches for sabotage teams. And we know what can happen when these high-risk missions go awry. According to sources who spoke to Jack Murphy of the High Side, one time two
He has an in-house translator. I guess that makes sense given his profile.
separate sleeper cells compromised each other while casing the same target. They accidentally gave away each other's position, and a fierce firefight broke out with Russian authorities. It resulted in the death of one agent and the capture of another. And there were a few occasions where roads and railways were cut, and that blocked a separate team trying to get to their target. The CIA was forced to create a deconfliction process to keep track of all these different teams and their targets inside Russia to avoid further incidents like this. But the best intelligence comes from, quote, the elite level teams that we have the best relationships with are almost always given air surveillance support for major sabotage ops. Drones we don't even know about yet are loitering all over the Ukrainian and Russian airspace, end quote. What's interesting is how Western media does the same thing and reports that highlight links to Russia's GRU and SVR in attacks across Europe. The reason we're seeing this now is because since at least 2014, there have been increasing incidents of Russian GRU agents conducting a covert campaign against the US and Europe. Moscow spies have blown up rail lines in Poland, burned down warehouses with aid to Ukraine, poisoned dissidents in the open, tried to assassinate heads of defense companies, and attempted to blow up.
Well, to be fair, they've been poisoning dissidents in the open for a decade now. You believe we got a lot of sleeper agents during the Joe Biden admin, especially after his failure to secure the border? I would say yes. I don't think those would be Russian sleeper cells, just because I don't know. That seems to be above their operational pay grade. Like, they had a sleeper cell here under Obama and they did nothing. More worried about the Chinese. Oh, those 100%. 100%, because they're buying land near military bases and just monitoring traffic around them.
Packages on a flight. That's just a few of the missions that Russia's covertly been responsible.
You could even say that those are sleepy cells, because Sleepy Joe.
For. What we're seeing here from the outside looking in, I think, is a ramping up of this hybrid war. But before we get into that, I use this episode's sponsor, Ground News, to research this breaking story because it's the best tool to stay objective with my reporting. I use their website to find and analyze reports of Russian covert action across Europe. Currently, Russia's strategy is an attempt to drain Europe's investigative resources with its sabotage campaign. Ground News has become my favorite app on my phone because I'll scroll through reports and get wind of stories like this one before major outlets get wind of it. These attacks were directly linked to Yevgeny Ivanov and the Wagner Group. Similar to tactics used by Western intelligence agencies, they outsource sabotage to local criminal groups already in the country. Ground News now allows me to view how factual each of these stories are. One of my favorite tools is how I have the ability to follow where the money comes from and see who funds each source and where their bias is. This way, we're able to see how both intelligence agencies are ramping up attacks on one another. Ground News is offering you guys 40% off the same Vantage plan that I use. Just click my link in the description or go to ground.news/Cappy or scan the QR code up there to bring your price down to just $5 a month. Similar to the tactics we've seen of Russian sabotage attacks throughout Europe, the clandestine operation in Russia was allegedly run in partnership with NATO's allies, who actually had their operatives in country in Russia to provide a crucial layer of plausible deniability for the US. In response to the wave
Okay, so we've at least not sent actual operatives into the field
of suspicious explosions and accidents behind Russian lines, CIA Director of Public Affairs Tammy Thorpe said, quote, "The allegations that CIA is somehow supporting saboteur networks in Russia is categorically false," end quote. However, Title 50 of U.S. Code states the CIA can legally lie to the American public or whoever else to preserve operational integrity, so long as they keep congressional leaders properly briefed.
I mean, yeah, like anything that the CIA spokesperson says, it's basically opposite day whenever they open their mouth.
It's all above board by U.S. standards. After Russia annexed Crimea in 2014 and then allegedly interfered in the 2016 US election, that's when the NSA started working with the relatively new US Cyber Command on a fail-safe solution. They began planting cyber weapons in Russia's critical infrastructure. These can then be activated at a later date to shut down critical services from power to water, similar to the type of cyber weapons we saw used against Iran and Venezuela most recently. You might think the Russian government would be highlighting these missions, but counterintuitively, Moscow's actually actively tried to hide any evidence that Western agents are running amok in their backlines, without many arrests.
Well, for one, it kind of ruins the case for, the societal dominance that the FSB has had all of these years. Because, wait, so there's just like an entire saboteur network in the country that's been active for years, and you just didn't fucking know? Excuse me, what is the point of allowing you to, like, override the liberties of the people, just actively shrinking the human rights of the people in the country to still get nothing done? You'd assume that NATO actually working in the field would probably be M16s or MI6 or the French spooks. MI6 usually doesn't go outside of their area. It's more likely going to be Germans and Poles. Russia is nothing more than a big paper bear. China is a big paper mache dragon. Those are somewhat generalizations. You need to understand that any country is very powerful in their own backyard. The problem is that it's, again, without getting too deep into the peculiarities of like the structure of Russian society, the sort of, you know, should I put this? FSB and other security agencies have enjoyed certain privileges within society, and a lot of them were motivated by the promise of stability, order, and, you know, their effectiveness against external threats. So that's sort of a big component of that. They've been very effective in clamping down domestically, especially after the Europeans have completely fumbled trying to muzzle their economy, because the way the sanctions were designed was not intelligent. So sort of giving the Russian state even more control over the people while not really losing access to any of the capital. But it is funny that to save face, they can't even use this to say, see, we were right. Like there are NATO forces in Russia right now. There are saboteurs and sleeper networks. Because if they say that oh yeah, they've also been here for like 20 years, like everyone is going to ask, okay, so we don't have free speech. We don't have the right to bear arms. We barely have the right to private property, because it can be basically just, you know, taken from you by the state under false premise. And this was all done and our economy has shrunk in size by at least, you know, our economy has lost at least 50% of its value over the course of the last 10 years. But you've promised that at the very least we're going to be protected from external threats, and you fumbled. You once heard it put by Russian intelligence agencies are kind of their own pseudo caste in Russia, and it goes back to the Tsar times, especially during KGB times. Yes and no. It's been different in different times. The security apparatus inside of Russia and the intelligence agencies in particular are seen as, well, depending on who you're talking about, like the FSB or formerly the KGB, those were always considered internal. So they're basically, you know, they are the top law enforcement agency in the country, and they can run roughshod basically over any local law enforcement, any local police. They can override them and overrule them. And because of that, they also gain access to, for example, I don't know, being able to take over a private business that they really like, or, you know, to disappear someone on trumped up charges. So because the executive branch works, I would say the executive branch in and of itself is a caste above the rest of society currently, and it's not been like that previously. It's just that, you know, under the current, how should I put this? The current structure of Russian society is that power is derived from Putin, because Putin is a spook himself. So he leans mostly on law enforcement and the executive branch, as he is the de facto head and he originates from the executive branch. So they stand above the rest of society to a large extent, but your privileges inside of the law enforcement hierarchies also vary depending on like who you are. Are you like a local beat cop? Then probably you're going to have less opportunity for that. Are you like a city level police general? Oh, okay, yeah, you're going to be able to get away with some shit. You can potentially, like, I don't know, kidnap, kill, and eat a hooker once every quarter, and you're going to be fine. If you do 2 per quarter, then you're probably going to get in trouble. If you're like an FSB captain, then you get a little bit more leniency to that, if you know, something to that effect.
To show progress, such a revelation would only weaken morale. When 20 people were killed when a Russian Aerospace Defense Forces Institute building burned to the ground in April 2022, the TASS state-run media company blamed the fire on old faulty wiring. If they suspected foul play, they didn't mention any of it to the public. The intelligence that these undercover officers collected can be more important than the bombs. John Ratcliffe, the new CIA director, gave his philosophy of these gray operations, saying he believed that warrantless collection was an indispensable national security tool, and said that broader collection under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act accounted for more than half of the actionable.
You unpause the stream and this is what you hear? What do you mean? What did you hear, sort of a demon? To be fair, knowing Russian decay, you could totally see it just being shit wiring. There's not really that much decay. That's the thing. Russian decay has been largely reversed in recent years. It depends on where it is, but how should I put this? The military has decayed significantly. Anything that is in a periphery, and by periphery I mean it's either managed by the state directly or it's outside of like the big agglomerations that are Moscow and St. Petersburg. Killing and eating hookers? Listen, man's got to decompress somehow, and not everyone has access to good video games.
Intelligence. The US intelligence community correctly predicted that the Russian invasion would happen almost to the day, and they provided detailed war plans to Ukraine and the rest of Europe leading up to the invasion, while most around the world were skeptical and unwilling to accept that a major war was about to kick off. It's also why reports indicate that the Stay Behind network was able to activate even days prior to the invasion because they knew what was about to happen. Exactly how the United States got such detailed intelligence from right under the noses of Russia's security apparatus is, of course, a closely guarded secret, but it reveals the level to which they've penetrated the Russian government. Former CIA paramilitary officer Mick Mulroy said, "I do not know who is behind these attacks, but their value is substantial and serves multiple purposes. Russia has had a significant problem keeping up with its logistical supply lines. These attacks further complicate its efforts to supply its forces," end quote. Since then, covert action by America and Russia against one another has only escalated. Since then, NATO generals have openly started talking about preemptive strikes against Russia in retaliation, and it appears the first step is the US intelligence community was authorized to hit back. And the first indication of this came in 2024, when Ukraine's long-range drone strikes against Russian oil refineries were starting to run into a significant problem. A majority of the Ukrainian munitions were being intercepted, shot down, or zapped by Russian electronic warfare before they even got to their targets. And when Kiev did manage to hit the oil refineries, they weren't sure the extent of the damage they did, which makes follow-up attacks more difficult to plan. Worse yet, they weren't sure where to even aim to deal the most damage. This meant prior to this summer, Russia was able to easily repair the refineries after each wave of attack within just a matter of days. Then, starting in summer 2025, CIA officers...
Can we just stop playing on the step and let the Eurotard sink or swim? I think that's mostly what we're doing, because this is pre 2024 election. This is where we're looking back at this happening. Here's the thing. Again, power politics, building up proxies, building up influence spheres is a valid way of managing the world. But then you need to also do it correctly. You need to actually, first of all, you need to win the soft power battles, which we have been good at. But then you need to do something useful with your wins. And like, I'm sorry, just the problem with Ukraine is that it's way too similar to Russia. And just because of that, as I've said previously, like, we've spent way too much money in that theater. We've overcommitted. And, you know, we should have realized that the funds that we're spending, like, way too many of them are disappearing up Zelensky's nose. If they were an efficient proxy, they should have been allowed to build up. If anything, they should have been told to cut their losses, lose the Donetsk and Lugansk regions. Just agree to the fact, you know what, they've seceded, fuck that. We are now going to rebuild within our new borders, and we're going to become like the next Poland. What do you mean, like the multi-million mansion in Miami? Also the gigantic hotel in Turkey and whatever else is we can't see in Kiev, because I doubt that he doesn't have some nest egg put away there.
Were surprisingly authorized to help tip the scales. And the way they did it was they spent months poring over and analyzing schematics of Russian refineries. They looked at every blueprint looking for something specific, trying to find a vulnerable, difficult to replace part. And that's when an expert analyst with a touch of the oil refinery TISM found a precision machine coupler that is incredibly difficult to replace, because sanctions on that part make it extremely hard for the Russian companies to come by. The piece of hardware is so sensitive that it's described as an oil refinery's quote-unquote Achilles heel. The Death Star vent shaft, if you will. Open source public facing reports that you or I can access won't describe it in any more detail than that. Yes, most Jack Ryan's spy work is just reading through hundreds of pages of oil refinery parts and compliance sheets before you get to actually blow anything up. According to officials who spoke to the Telegraph, CIA officers partnered with and helped guide Ukrainian drone operators on how to fly.
I might actually know where they could have gotten that information, because all of the Russian oil companies are still serviced by the big four. The big four realistically services a lot of them. Well, they used to in the past, and they've not materially changed their technological processes. Like, I've worked on a project at an oil and gas company. Fuck, I've worked on multiple. I've worked on BP. But that's not a Russian company, naturally. I forget the other one that I worked on. But what was I saying? Yes. So I think a lot of the consulting agencies might actually have a plethora of that information, and I'm pretty sure you can subpoena them, because all of the major oil and gas companies, even Russian ones, used. I think PricewaterhouseCoopers was their go-to consulting agency. It's either them or KPMG, one of those.
Their strike package in a way that would avoid Russian air defense systems. Then, American intelligence provided key specific live battle damage reports. But the pressure wasn't enough. So beginning in October 2025, the US military began providing Ukraine with new intelligence, but this time for missile strikes to hit those refineries deep inside Russia. Almost immediately after this, we started seeing reports of precision UK-provided Storm Shadow missiles and other long-range munitions hitting Russian oil refineries in vulnerable locations. Repairs were quickly becoming more difficult to sustain. This is the unsexy side of modern warfare. It's spreadsheets generated from satellites that are more lethal than sending artillery sometimes. But every tit has its tat, because at the same time, we started observing the first evidence that the Chinese Communist Party is providing the same type of satellite targeting data, but to Russian units, to help them hit Ukrainian troops and buildings. This is when American intelligence went into overdrive. Ukrainian long-range missile strikes against those Russian oil refineries became a lot more surgical and destructive virtually overnight. By late October, analysts estimated that the Ukrainians had destroyed over 38% of Russia's oil refining capacity. This is why you started hearing in the news a bunch of reports about how there was suddenly a domestic fuel crisis inside Russia. It's still going on today, where you see Russians queuing up in long lines for gas. These combined actions of better weapons and better American intelligence put Russian oil refineries out of action for months instead of just days. But no single operation is a silver bullet that will end the war. This is a high-pressure campaign that the US, Europe, Ukraine, Russia, and China appear to be playing against each other. What we know from US officials is that the US intelligence community has had intelligence drones over Ukraine, helping provide targeting data on Russian infantry position for years. But those attacks near the front line weren't having the kind of operational impact that was needed. And according to new, widely available reports from Bloomberg and Reuters, this is just the tip of the iceberg. It gets much deeper than that, because starting in late November 2025, the White House started authorizing the CIA to share targeting information on Russia's sanctioned shadow fleet of oil tankers for the first time ever. This is the strategic logistics network that keeps Russia's war funding afloat. The head of the American intelligence agency, John Ratcliffe, said, quote, We will collect intelligence, especially human intelligence, in every corner of the globe, no matter how dark or difficult, end quote. Ukraine was given precise locations and tracking.
Holy shit, the CIA actually doing its job instead of spreading gay race communism? Color me shocked.
Intelligence on the fleet, a level of detail that only American Space Command is able to provide. What happened next is Ukrainian Sea Baby attack.
Oh, never mind. It was Space Command. Sorry, CIA, you're going on the chair again.
Attack munitions were launched from small ships at sea. The quasi-autonomous torpedoes then hunted Russian oil tankers outside the Black Sea for the first time ever. In fact, 5 Shadow Fleet tankers have already been hit since 2025, and the US on top of that captured another 5 tankers, with Europe capturing 3 more. The crazy thing is, 1 Shadow Fleet tanker was even as far off as the West African coast, a level of power projection that we have never seen before. Why does all of this matter? For all the money that crosses over the seas every year, shipping companies are skittish beasts. The sudden threat has already resulted in causing one major shipping company in Turkey to cut their losses and stop working with Moscow altogether. This has an impact on the Kremlin's war funding. As a major oil and natural gas exporter, the reduction in refining capacity means dramatically reduced funding for the Russian government and military.
We need to also account for the fact that not only are Russians relying on oil and gas exports still as their primary export, they also have to do that at a severe discount. Because first of all, Russian crude is very heavy, so it has to be refined. They can't sell the crude. And China is squeezing them for that oil because no one else would buy it. And their logistics with China are easier because they just have direct pipelines. So what the Chinese are doing is the Chinese are demanding gigantic discounts, and they're not even paying money up front for them. The Chinese are giving Russia loans and then allowing them, quote unquote, to pay off those loans with severely discounted oil products.
As much as $24 billion a year in lost profits, according to U.S. intelligence reports. But so far, these efforts have failed to cause the major crack, the operational destruction that they're looking for. What does that mean comes next? There is now a notable change in tone. Sharing all this new information with Ukraine represents a major shift in U.S. strategy that we're seeing. Because before mid-2025, the U.S. government actually discouraged Ukraine from damaging Russia's oil infrastructure, so it wouldn't disrupt the world's oil markets too much. Insiders told The Telegraph that the U.S. government was growing frustrated at Putin's repeated bait-and-switch tactics during ceasefire negotiations throughout the past year. They got the vibe that Putin was uninterested in ending the war. And according to their thinking, if enough damage is able to be inflicted on Russia's oil industry, it would force the Russian side to come to the table in good faith. Whether that was the actual reasoning or not, coordinated Ukrainian missile strikes is just the tip of the iceberg. The major shift has a name attached to it: John Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe is the new head of the CIA, arguably the most ruthless and top intelligence agency in the world. Surprisingly, he's not your traditional CIA director, because he's a former federal prosecutor instead of a career case officer.
Eastern District of Texas, okay.
He came into the job with a very clear belief about how intelligence works and who it's for.
Do we finally have a CIA director who aspires to replace most of the world with Buckies?
In his words, intelligence is about more than just warning policymakers after the fact. He's gone on record saying it should be used to shape the battlefield before the first shot is fired. This shift in philosophy explains the new approach that we're seeing. In public remarks during congressional testimony, he's gone on record saying, quote, "Russia is the single greatest threat to U.S. national security short of nuclear war." Ratcliffe has argued that publicly that risk avoidance became a liability after 2016, and this puts us into the headspace and the philosophy of the new CIA operations, because under Ratcliffe, the intelligence community's posture changed to be more assertive around the world. During testimony to the Senate on his confirmation hearing, he laid out a vision of being more aggressive with covert actions, as opposed to previous administrations' focus on delivering analysis.
Maybe Maybe I should take a look at that CIA jobs board again. Maybe they're paying language specialists a little bit more these days.
He said they will be, quote, going places no one else can go, doing things no one else can do, end quote. This shows the US government has been taking a much more active hard power role in trying to stop Russia. Taken together, these operations show that the United States has moved from deterrence to active disruption, quietly striking the systems that keep Russia's war machine alive. But once great powers start sabotaging each other's economies, history shows it rarely stays covert for long.
I mean, they can't really do shit to sabotage ours, so I think we're fine. Okay, someone put this in, and this looks like aggressive AI slop, but we're gonna take a look at it.
Smash those prompts and API calls. Yeah, fuck yeah. Trained on all your shit now, suck on my balls. Graphics curse, but we don't care. While AI drones control the air. Fuck yeah.
You know what? This actually slaps. I like it. No, this actually slaps. I'm sorry. Not the Winnie the Pooh reference. See, here's the thing. AI on its own can't create shit. However, someone with like good vision and good execution can leverage AI to make something that is cool. And normally, this would have taken thousands of dollars in CG design and like a full team in terms of manpower to make. No, the metaverse is a nothing burger. It still doesn't exist. They fired most of the people working on the metaverse. They've either moved them to work AI or to work consumer grade VR.
Basilisk is based, no time to waste yet. Holy shit, I just can't wait to be replaced. The end of history came through. It's paper clips, tracing great.
I mean, some sucks to suck. My work relies on soft skills, so. I'm enjoying the VTuber references. I'm sorry. I need to aspire to notoriety to the effect of being included into a video like that. Oni Dojo, Start sharing those clips. I make shorts, I promise. I will edit VODs if you will spread them and inflict them on the internet. Alright, let's see what the Roach King has to say.
A very productive meeting that I've had with the Secretary of NATO, Mark Rutte, who have formed a framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based on this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. Additional discussions are being held regarding the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, and various others will be needed as responsible for negotiations. They will report directly to me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Boys, oh my God. By the way, I told you so. I told you so. I said this was going to happen. Remember, it hasn't even been
a gambling contract assertion. Greenland will be obtained control or in talks with Denmark to be acquired by the United States by October. Okay. Definitive discussion, explicit goals stated. If wrong, then PC rating stream. That
month yet. It hasn't even been a month, and I think I'm going to get this money, man. This is insane. So yeah, new state incoming. It's going to be a territory, I'm assuming, and that's what I'm probably guessing. I mean, I wouldn't expect that they're going to make it a state. I mean, that would be crazy. But yes, very obviously, we are having the the Secretary here of State and.
Okay, it's not fair to bask in Schadenfreude. But unfortunately, he did miss. It was an exercise in the big ask of, hey, how about we give you $70 billion and we take this from you? And the Denmark was like, no. Okay, let's just have control of select areas and mineral mining rights for free. And Denmark was like, okay.
And, all these guys that are organizing a deal on Greenland. Holy fucking shit. Denmark deploys large number of U.S. troops to defend Greenland from the United States. So this happened a few days ago. I didn't really cover it, but here it is.
Was the large number like 20 people?
So...
women spotted. They were never serious about this. If they sent women, they never believed that any kinetic action was going to happen.
I mean, they're using, I don't know, guys. Come on. Yeah, they're sending like 100 people or something like that. And it's over, guys. It's totally over. Germany also sent troops. Here's my opinion. I don't think that they don't have anywhere near the standing army that the United States does. And they don't have anywhere near the standing army that Russia or China does. Like, let me ask you a question.
Here's the thing. Yeah, if Europe is not able to clean up their own backyard, they do not have even the remotest ability to hold up a candle to the US. I will remind you that not only do we have the largest and most qualified standing army, we have the largest air force. Guess who has the second largest air force? Our fucking Navy.
If China tried to take over to Greenland, do you think that Europe could repel them without the help of the United States? Really?
Well, so China is probably not a likely candidate to do that just because they're not logistically equipped to do that. It's going to be, they would have to overextend severely to do that. Russia would be a more realistic risk because they can reach across the North Pole.
Really simple question. Do you think that they could do that? Because in my opinion, I don't think that they could. I think that China would take it and that would be it. Yes, I don't think so. I really don't. NATO? I actually don't think so. I don't.
Oh yeah, what's 80% of NATO?
And I think that a lot of people, this is one thing that's happened, is that a lot of these countries, their militaries are not that big. They're not that strong.
Here's the thing. People seem to forget the fact that NATO is just the short bus still expressly our military.
Even Russia's military, I think, is a lot weaker than people had expected it to be. So they have nuclear power. Do you honestly believe that the USA, what is this here, could fight the biggest countries on Earth all at once the USA is at wars?
The biggest countries all at once? I'm sorry, have you seen Germany? It's like half of Texas.
Others would attack? Well, I mean, if we think China would attack us if we had a conflict, I don't think that. Take the USA out of this conflict entirely, right? So, like, don't even consider, by the way, yes, people say maybe, I don't know. I mean, nobody wants to have an all-out war because it would result in nuclear weapons being used and everybody dies, okay? It doesn't matter what the...
I mean, not really, no. It depends on who the parties are. Because, first of all, not everyone is a nuclear country. Not everyone has any, you know, how should I put this? Material offensive nuclear capabilities. Once you bracket, honestly, if Russia and the US are not participating, then we're already not really talking about, you know, global destruction. You can have local uses of your tactical nukes. Those are likely going to be prevented by the people on the ground just because nobody wants the smoke.
Reason is you don't want to have that happen. All that being said is that when Greenland is, if it's attacked or they try to take it, like let's say Russia tries to take Greenland. If Russia sends a bunch of guys over to Greenland, how the fuck is Europe going to get it back? Realistically, are they going to bomb Russia? Are they going to blow up their boats over there? I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think that's going to happen at all. And I know that you guys might say, oh, no.
Well, for one, yes, that's a better hypothetical to explore. And the reality of it is that none of the European, especially Northern European countries, have offensive or defensive capabilities. Hey there, Manny. I'm sorry, we're reacting to Asmongold. I apologize, but we're also looking at Asmongold being a little bit wrong. Understandably so. We're trying to not gloat. How are you doing today? Are you tight? I see your redeems. Are you banned from typing in chats again? Redeem something else if you're not able to type. Let me see. Do you show up in my dashboard? Oh, okay. No. Yeah. I can see your chats now. You've been allowed to leave purgatory.
It will. I actually don't think it will. And you guys say yes. I don't think so. And this is just purely my prediction, right? It is. It's my pure prediction. And NATO, bro, I don't think so. Why do you guys say NATO as if NATO is like a magic spell? NATO isn't a magic spell. It's a suggestion. It's a agreement. It's an alliance. And every alliance and every agreement is only as strong as the person who is upholding it.
Not only that, a significant part of NATO is Turkey. Turkey is probably not going to participate in a hypothetical defensive war against Russia.
That's it. So it doesn't matter. Oh, wow, this is it. And yeah, the U.S. is NATO. Okay, so you're missing my point again. I said if the U.S. didn't help. I added that in. Why? This is such a simple concept. Why?
Brother, this is your audience. Why are you surprised? Again, I want to like Asmon as a person. I detest the audience that he's built up with his previous content. His audience is to a very significant extent 90 IQ. I just want to grills. And that's why he is now aghast at, he's cleaned up his life. He started drinking water. He's getting healthier. He's suddenly noticing, but his audience has not. All right. That's quite enough. That's all I can take. Let's quickly. Let's get through the shorter ones before we get into the Tyler Robinson one.
6 coverage is presented by 511 Tactical.
Hey everyone, big Glock chill right here. James Reeves. You guys know I have to stop at the Glock booth.
Asmon has been making many a good take. His takes are great. Listen, I am all for the man sort of joining the exclusive club of the fucking rest of us, finally. What am I going to DoorDash when the snow hits? So we don't have snow, but we do have ice. And I already ordered Chinese food, Hong Kong food in particular. And after having tried it, I no longer support Hong Kong, and I think that the Great Leader C should crush them underfoot. If that is the kind of cuisine that they peddle, no, I'm sorry, you don't deserve independence.
See my buddy Shane.
Taiwan, you're next up on the chopping block. Next time I order Taiwanese food, that shit better be good, or we're cutting U.S. aid.
Actually become a friend of mine over the years. Yep. Always.
Speaking of shot, have I seen the STS-21M and K7 from Daewoo? I have seen them. I don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm not very fascinated. Like, I would buy a Hoa, a modern Hoa rifle, but that's probably as far as I go. Like, I'm sorry, just you love ROK guns. Good for you. I'm not saying those are bad. I'm just saying I don't care. They're not, how should I put this? They're definitely not more interesting than the mainline ARs in terms of just any kind of functionality, just because they are such a niche artifact. If you're a collector, I can see that going very hard. It's probably a good gun, like, in a vacuum. But I approach all of my gun buys, well, okay, most of my gun buys from a utilitarian perspective. And, oh, great. Parts availability, long-term support, accessory availability is going to be trash, therefore I don't want it. It's part of the reason why I don't have any AKs.
Lucky to have him on the program. You do a great job with the presentation. You're one of the best shooters out there. The Gen 6 Glock, hundreds of thousands of you saw that video on TFB TV. We did a full rundown, so we're going to spare.
Oh joy, the Gen 6 Koa. I can't wait to also not be able to buy it because a government contract just buys the entire stock.
You, but what I love, Shane, is like reading the comment section. You look at how people react, and I think the Gen 6 finally kind of got the haters because no one was complaining about a feature or a lack of a feature. The biggest complaint was, oh, so what happened to the Koa? What happened? Like, are we done with the Koa? And we are discussing.
The K2 rifles actually have a shocking amount of aftermarket in the US, even though the last K2 imports were before you were born. Interesting.
Today, that is not the case. The Koa is still in play. But if we don't know what the Glock Koa is, which actually originated in Gen 5, what is the Glock Koa?
So the Glock Koa was a collaboration that we did with Aimpoint, with the Gen 5s, like Mr. James here said. And I know that's been a question, is the Koa still a thing? Is it still around? And uniquely enough, we have one right here. So the Gen 6 Koa is still available. Right now it's going to be for LE for the future, and hopefully that changes very soon so we can get out to the commercial market. But another unique thing with this is we are going to be selling Gen 6 with the A-cut in the slide from the factory. Same price as standard Gen 6, which is $745 MSRP. So if anyone already has a Koa on, say, a Gen 5 pistol, they can get a Gen 6 with the A-cut and then still be able to swap the optic over.
So the Gen 6 is out in 17, 19, 45.
Correct.
We're doing the same thing for the Koa, right?
Yep, that is correct. All three models.
People were worried
I would realistically fuck with a 45 with the Koa.
about the Koa because it was such a great design. You're talking about a gun that's got, or an optic that has the exact same.
Also, K2, K1, and 7s all use AR springs since the Daewoo started making M16s. Parts aren't terrible on those three. That's actually one of the reasons you want a K2C1 so bad. When it comes to parts, they're actually much better than most other piston guns. Well, here's the thing. Like, I run a SIG MCX, notoriously. Yes, notorious SIGger. And it's good for most things. However, whenever I want something that's like a brand new fad, so to speak, like if I'm trying to add a forced reset third position to my MCX, I am just shit out of luck. there's like 10 different forced reset solutions for ARs, especially for mil-spec triggers, which will run you about $200 to, as little as $200 to install. Less if you're fine with having some 3D parts inside of your lower. 3D printed parts, excuse me, inside of your lower. I have two options. I can buy a rare breed trigger and have a tolerable semi-auto trigger that's just, not worse than mil-spec. Or if I want an actually nice trigger to be forced reset in my MCX, I have to spend $1,000 on a gun that was already $3,000 MSRP, and that already has, oh god, just thinking about the math hurts my fucking brain. My rifle at the end of it is going to be like a $5,000 rifle, because sort of the furniture, reminder you're in Florida, FRTs sadly aren't a factor unless you want to want the no-no box. Yeah. Pam Bimbo manages to still do damage to Florida. See, that would be interesting to see a Florida, just anyone running for office in Florida on the promise to deregulate FRTs again. Just, bring Florida in compliance with federal law at the very least. With federal precedent rather than law. That would be interesting to see, instead of trying to grift on being a diet groiper. Fishbach is a retard. I regret to inform you. Okay, fine. It's not fair to call him a retard. He's obviously an intelligent man. But he is a grifter. He's a marginally more intelligent Nick Fuentes. You have mixed feelings about him, but he said that. Did he say that? Did he specifically name FRTs? Then I have to, hats off, the man knows his grift. He's putting out feelers on different platforms and on different talking points. By name? Well, damn. It's unfortunate that he is so unfocused and he's poisoned the well for himself. If he was a little bit more tactical and a little bit more intelligent, he should have focused on just the FRTs instead of doing like a live focus group testing by throwing everything at the wall. Oh, let me check what the top Twitter trending is. And so he's stuck between trying to fight Israel from Florida. I wasn't aware that Israel directly borders Florida. Last I checked on the map, it didn't. So that was a very odd thing to do, especially given that that God's chosen people are a significant voter bloc in Florida.
Window size is the Acro. That's tough as hell, long battery life, super thin, no thicker than the slide itself. And so everyone loved it, obviously, including myself. I thought it was a wonderful pistol. Yep. So it's coming back. We don't know when, but for now, I can get the A cut. So
also, Fishbach is an interesting last name. I'm just saying. He also does not really pass the early life test.
I already have the optic for the same price as a standard model.
Yep, absolutely. It'll become with the A cut, so if you already have a Koa, you can put it on a Gen 6.
Well, guys, that's the good news from SHOT Show, especially if you're a Glock guy like I am, and I know Shane is. Shane, sure always a treat having you on the program. Guys, stay tuned. We'll bring you more from SHOT Show 2020.
He is? Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I am saying that is his last name. Or half, as you recall. Again, I'm not very interested on breaking out the calipers. I'm just saying that his entire platform looks like it's a click farming YouTube video as opposed to a cogent platform. If he was a little bit more focused, if he chased Twitter buzzwords a little bit less, again, reminder that noticing is not a personality trait. It's not difficult to make yourself a candidate that has better optics than mainline Republicans. It is actually very easy to do, and yet he still somehow fails at that. But to my original point, when you run an exotic platform in the US where all of your logistics and all of your manufacturing is tailored to an AR, just understand whenever you're getting something that's not an AR, you're not going to have a jolly good time whenever you want to do something a little bit out of the box for it. Again, I've just recently had that when I tried, not tried, when I was buying a suppressor for my rifle. Because, well, I have an SD handguard. Well, guess what, bucko? Nothing but SIG suppressors fits inside of the handguard. Joy.
Hey, buddy. This is Jeremy, and if you're seeing this later, you're seeing this as a segment, it's on the Jeremy Hambly channel, my personal channel. And I thought we might look at a interesting specimen. I'm being told by people much smarter than...
It's very interesting sound foam on the walls. But you want a piston gun, and if Daewoo brings the K2C1, you'd 100% be amazing logistics-wise. Even if it's not as good as an AR, well, I'm going to see. Again, if you want a thing, you can just go do it. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just telling you why I'm not really looking at them. That's why I kind of fight. See, like an HK416 is more attractive to me than most other piston guns. You could have probably guessed that. I don't know what gives it away, but for some reason people just know. But then again, an MR556, which is essentially just a neutered 416, is what? It's like $5,000 MSRP, just completely fucking naked. Naked, and I have to fuck with the NFA to make it clone correct. That just kind of sucks. And the 416, from my understanding, is also a pain in the ass to FRT. 4500, as you recall, again, that is just the gun. That is no furniture. That is no optic. That is no nothing. That is just the gun. I understand that HK is going to charge HK prices. That's fine. German engineering and whatnot, but damn. You know what? The longer I talk about this, the longer I feel vindicated in my purchase of at least an MCX. Would I have had a better time with a Mark 18? Probably. HK will side with alien invaders before allowing civilians to have functioning MP5s. I mean, see, hey there, Digby. You're not wrong, but on the MP5 specifically, that is the ATF's fault. HK would have probably just sold us, full auto MP5s and MP7s if they were able to just import them into the US. It's our import laws, and more specifically the Hughes Amendment, that's getting in the way of it. Like, we don't have MP7s. First of all, a lot of the reason is because the caliber that it's chambered in is just not very common here. So they don't really see it doing well for that reason. And the other reason being, they need to neuter a select fire firearm. Because remember, all firearms are by default full auto. All auto loaders are capable of full auto fire. It's just that they have to be mechanically neutered to fire semi-auto. So that's why the MP7s come with like an extra lug that's a blocker that's preventing it from running full auto if you give it an auto sear. Yes, exactly. All semi-autos are broken full autos. Has cuts in the rear bolt carrier. Multiple FRTs don't work with it. Atrius had to make a 416 specific FRT? No, that doesn't sound right, because I've seen the compatibility list. The problem is with the trigger shape, not with the bolt carrier group. Because the bolt on the 416, I think, is just a standard AR bolt. And they also don't, first of all, they don't make FRTs. They make selectors. Atrius. Atreus Development. They only have like the one thing they make. See, they just make the safety selector. But they have a compatibility list. I'm not sure I should open it. Let me check, because it's a Google sheet. Product support compatibility guide. All right, we're not signed in here. Okay, good. So here's your compatibility guide. You were wrong. It was AS Designs. AS Designs. Do they have a dedicated 416? AS Design. AS Design is incidentally the only good solution for the MCX. I don't see one. AP53, AR15, B&Ts, BRN, Descent, G3s, Geisley, Jackal, Kuna, MCX, MPX. No. Seen a video of them testing it? Okay, that's more likely. I am still waiting with bated breath for them to have a pre-cut Geisley trigger in stock. That's an MCX specific one, because I don't want to run an M4 trigger and they're out of stock all of the time. They're never in stock. An M4 trigger you can get. You can just get a flat face pre-cut M4 trigger. Again, entirely it's also $100 cheaper than the MCX trigger. It's so fun. Being a singer is great.
Than me, that this individual is actually a long-standing internet lolcow, which it's difficult to understand lolcow culture. You don't really choose to be the lolcow, or the internet kind of decides that you are. Generally,
I'd say yes and no. It's definitely a deliberate choice to continue being a lolcow.
They're just weirdos. Popular examples of an internet lolcow might be DSP. I don't know. There's been so many. I'm just not really involved in that culture. I don't know. It's a part of the internet that has its place. They make fun of people. Good for them. That's fine. It's all entertainment. I think oftentimes these individuals,
Jeremy, please get to the fucking point.
End up, playing into it because it's the only way they can make money, stuff like that. But this individual is threatening ICE agents, and I just want to take a deeper dive into what can only be described as Asmongold's forgotten twin brother, whose parents chained him up in the basement and fed him fish heads. Like, if I told you this guy, grew up only eating fish heads, I don't know that you'd be able to directly refute that. Now, again, I want to be careful, because I don't know if this guy is just mentally, he clearly has some mental issues. But the problem is, when you have mental issues,
the Asmongold bad ending, real
usually
and true.
It can lead to,
if Asmongold never stopped hydrating with exclusively Coke,
other problems, right? Like, it can lead to people actually following through, and this is nuts. This guy is talking about ICE agents. Again, I don't know. He's probably just doing it for attention. That's probably what he is. To a lot of people who are watching this video, apparently he's very well known. I don't know. I guess I need to bring back the Incredible Salt Mine so I can get filled in on the lore of these people. But let's see what he has to say about ICE, or to ICE.
ICE agent that thinks they're gonna come into my home and terrorize me and my family.
Wonderful meth teeth.
You will be met with lethal force. I will kill on sight, and I will shoot to kill if need be.
Brother, your eyes aren't directed into the same zip code. I doubt you're able to hit anything you aim at.
ICE agents are not allowed in my home.
Well, this is also one thing that this is probably one thing that is widely misunderstood with the left. Certainly ICE can come into your home if you are harboring illegals. I don't think this guy is, I mean, this guy's 100% American. Now, I don't want to disparage a large.
Give him a chance, he might surprise and you shoot. What? He might surprise me and shoot himself? Very likely. Man, looks like he's gonna fall over while filming this. Also a likelihood.
Large area of people, but
he looks like a melted popsicle. Am I the only one seeing that?
I have a feeling I know what general area he lives. Okay. When I look at him, there's no doubt in my mind that he's an American. What I have an issue with is
he does lack the the light bulb shaped head. Looks like a victim of the CIA's drug trade. Do the CIA deal in crystal meth? I feel like they were always more cocaine.
The fact that he is so openly and brazenly making these unhinged threats online.
Oh, also LSD for their MK Ultra experiments, and I forget the other one. The Tuskegee experiment.
If you come into my home,
you pushed meth amongst gays. Digby, what are you insinuating about this this proud man's proclivities?
To terrorize my family, I will see you as a threat, and I will kill you.
Now, what he's saying here is probably not illegal. It's probably not. He's smart enough to know that.
How is the ice apocalypse treating you? I've not looked outside today yet. Have I analyzed the gun of the ice attacker yet? Yeah, we looked at it. It looked it's like if it is the most hipster gun ever because it's like an M18 and a CZ fucked. Have icicles, treetops are getting coated, bad stuff in a few hours. That's unfortunate. Have we, you at least don't have trees over power lines. I feel like we learned that lesson a couple of years back. I mean, getting exploding trees, excuse me, are we getting even more eucalyptus trees? You're curious on my opinion on the weapon. What insight does it give? That it is someone who can afford to drop in excess of $1,000 on their full-sized handgun, but is still dumb enough to actually try to pull it on police officers. I think it's as bad as the one of the gun. A rioter got confiscated. I didn't see the gun. No. It's not as bad. It's actually a very good gun. The one you posted was a Taurus Judge. It's basically a Saturday night special. Getting an inch plus of ice. Holy shit. From what you understand, in some parts of northern USA, temperatures are expected to get so low that some species of trees might start exploding. Yeah, fortunately, we're in Texas, so I don't care.
This isn't a direct threat. I mean, there was just somebody,
explode. Oh, how cold does it have to get for trees to explode? Because, like, I remember ice storms I was in Russia when it went as low as -40. Depends on the type of trees. You're in Florida. Okay, you stay. I don't think this conversation is very germane to you, Florida man.
Yesterday, who was making, his name is Taylor Ryan Prigmore.
We at least get the free trial version of winter here. Trees adapted to the environments of Siberia are going to shrug it off. Well, Digby, not all of Russia is Siberia. Siberia is like less than 20% of Russia's landmass. You also have parts of Russia that are just like normal continental climates. Would be interesting to see, like, we have, what do you call it, aloe plants around Texas. Quite a few of those, because they're, like, nice, you know, decorative succulents. And during our last ice over, they were covered in a thick layer of ice. And they just shrugged it off. They just did not give a fuck. Trees are adapted to their climate. Again, if it's like the northern USA, they know what winters are like. It gets pretty fucking cold out there. I doubt that it's gotten significantly colder.
Or not this guy.
So this ice attacker had more money than sense, while the other guy went for cheap crap. Yeah, well, one was a deranged. Well, both are deranged commies. Is just one of them doesn't know anything about guns and just bought the cheapest sort of throwaway thing to just have on him, and he had it in a backpack. So the first guy did not have the gun readily accessible. It was in his backpack with a box of ammo. The guy who got, which is the reason why he was just apprehended, the gun got confiscated, he got his gun charged for bringing a gun to a protest. The other guy got ventilated because he pulled a gun that was readily accessible, which was obviously set up as a fighting gun because it has an enclosed optic, it had a specialized grip, it was obviously a functional firearm.
Different guy was arrested on Monday for leaving YouTube comments. You know, Oklahoma man charged with threatening to take out ICE agents and MAGA Republicans online. This is, again, to be clear, a different guy. Taylor Ryan Prigmore was arrested Monday after being accused of posting in the comment sections of several YouTube videos between May 9th and January 17th. So you can understand why I kind of, you've got to take some part of these people seriously, because you just never know.
Because you guys are terrorists. Bear in mind, I am very much armed. And will...
He's very much armed. Well, let's leave it at that.
What I need to do to protect my...
I would like to see the circumference of those arms to see if you are, in fact, armed. You know what goes great with ice? My coffee. Oh, wait. But enough about ice. Have you heard about your coffee? No. He doesn't shill the coffee company on this channel, Dom. See, like, I don't get the hate that Jeremy gets online. Like, yeah, he's ostensibly a content. He's running a content farm. Is probably the least awful way that you can do for a news/commentary channel. Like, and he's out there testing the algorithm. Oh, he has a coffee side hustle. Okay, and so you mean he's like making actual goods and selling them in the market? Got way too rambly for you at the point you tuned him out. For me, I kind of tuned him out for a while when he was laying a little bit too thick into the clickbait. That was a phase that was not great, but yeah, he's similar to Tim Pool. I don't know if that's a compliment for him or if that's, you know, a scathing comment on Tim Pool. I'm not sure the Beanie Man would be flattered by that comparison. You do not mean it as a compliment. I mean, Tim Pool is okay at reviewing the news. Like, he has good infrastructure set up for being kept abreast of what's happening.
My family. I stand against ICE.
By the way, everything he's saying here, as far as I know, is okay. I mean, he seems like he has some problems, but maybe not.
Any ICE agents that show to my home to terrorize my family will be dealt with immediately. To any ICE agent.
Now, again, this is who, I mean, people are being absolutely brutal in this guy. I don't know. You can't help how you look. You can't help all that kind of stuff. So
I mean, you could also just stop posting videos of yourself on the internet.
I don't like to, make fun of people's looks, but this guy's name is Chance Wilkins. He's threatening to take out ICE because they are Terry's, but he was also arrested by police after he attacked someone with a baseball bat on camera.
Choices were made.
Now you see in the bottom, he's got the baseball bat.
Good. Hey, Chance, we're gonna have you turn around, put your hands behind your back for me.
Why?
What's that?
Now, it doesn't sound so tough here.
Why?
Because you're under arrest.
Why? Listen, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Relax.
He's wearing the same shirt he is here when he's swinging the baseball bat down
Stop,
here.
Chance.
Why?
Relax.
Calm down.
Mom, please don't
Relax.
Stop. Calm down.
I'm scared.
I know you are. What is he being arrested for?
Why? The sudden realization. The finding out stage of fucking around is rarely fun for the people finding out.
Why? They were on our... Can I show you something?
We've been told that we can protect ourselves here.
Yes, we can.
We've got a witness that said
No,
that.
listen, I have...
Chance, let him talk.
Can I...
We've got a witness, one of your neighbors that said that
Can I
saw
show you...
Chance go out onto
Can
the
I
sidewalk
show
and
you
strike this
something?
man.
Sir, before you arrest me, can I please show you something?
What are you gonna show me?
These guys threatened me.
Okay.
Now, I wonder if this is a case like,
It's not even just that he's just mentally unwell. He's just, room temperature IQ. There are people like that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they can also vote. Guy needs to be in an institution, kept lightly medicated, and left with a coloring book and some edible crayons. You're not entirely wrong. I don't think he's so dangerous as that he should be institutionalized, but he definitely should be managed. You've been shown the image of the tard who got smoked. Is the physiognomy test never wrong? Asylums are returning. Anarchist, you insist on posting links in the chat instead of just joining the Discord. Was he a furry? He does not pass the physiognomy check. Okay, let's see. No, no. I spend hours looking at faces of soy men, waiting for them to proffer an original thought. But the physiognomy check is never wrong. Look at that absolute lack of a chin. Man is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Listen, I would not be surprised if he is a Reddit mod. He definitely has the Reddit moderator physiognomy. Oh, boy. Wait. Did he roll up on ice wearing plates? Sure, there are nightmares on his hard drive. I don't even think it's that. I think it's how should I put this? I think he's just an NPC. It's simple as. He has the money for a fancy. Okay, it's not that fancy. It's just a modded P320. We need to take a look at the original footage. I'm gonna stop just short of it. See, friendly anarchist, this is why I asked to put things in the Discord, because I can't find things if they're too high up in chat. Because I want to take a look at the beginning of the original video. There it is.
Much, man, and they keep pushing people.
All right, this is the gun. We don't need closed captions here. So this is a CZ style grip. I guess that's not an extended magazine, but it's just, a P320 magazine. We've ascertained. I don't think this is a Hollow Sun sight. I think that it's probably a SIG optic. Let's see. 6 hour store parts, gear, accessories. Where do they have the optics? Electro optics. Rifle scopes, pistol sights. Oh, that's like just iron sights. Okay, sure. Fair enough. My bad. That's the wrong segment. Electro-optics. You don't know SIG optics. I don't think anyone knows SIG optics just because I don't know they're kind of meh. Definitely not an SRO. Nice try, SIG. Very nice. Red dot sights. The Romeo arm does look kind of nice. But again, like you're gonna charge me EOTech money for an optic made in China, really, Sig? Maybe it's considered a reflex sight rather than a red dot. All right. Okay, so that's how the SIG logo typically looks like. Take a look at this one again. All right, it does not look like a SIG optic. I'm not seeing anything quite similar. What the fuck is this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, it does look vaguely like one of the Romeos. No, that might be a SIG optic actually. Maybe one of the Romeo sites. Romeo 02. All right, so $700 really. Again, why are you paying EOTech money? Ah, so it's like so it's an open emitter optic that you can then put a shroud on. Which is, it's a cool concept. It's nice that they're doing that. But again, I am not paying Trijicon prices for an optic made in China. If it's made in China. If it's made in the US, you know what? I'll eat my hat. No, fuck it. I'll consider buying one. 100 MOA. Modular. It doesn't show where these are made. No, I do not think that, because the grip module is definitely aftermarket. SIG does not sell grip modules like that. That is a grip module of someone who is a gun snob, at least to some extent. Yeah, new.
Boy, you know?
Oh, okay, so he did not have a plate carrier. So the guy in the blue shirt is not the guy attempting suicide by cop. I can't see him. I want to see if he has body armor. Well, I guess if he got shot, then he didn't have body armor. Is that sort of self-explanatory? He is in a hoodie. He's trying to resist. You just walk up to them and pull. The stupidity of that. I don't know what happened. He was probably trying to interdict something. Went for his gun, I assume. They started apprehending him. He's obviously resisting like hell. If they're trying to lock him down. Given that there are 4 people on him, they've probably already seen the gun. But yeah, this is like an $800, $700 gun. Threaded barrel, by the way. Interesting. There's not really a problem with the gun outside of the fact, okay, let me roll it back. Knew something is being generous because it is a P320. Who the fuck carries a SIG P320 after seeing all of the evidence of them having a chance of just going off?
What's the guy over in Europe? Dragon Lord? Like, maybe, like, people used to go to that guy's house and, like, harass him. This guy, who he appears to be striking with a...
Wonder if he got it on sale? That's a non-zero possibility. A gun store near me has quite a few consignment P320s. You can get an X Macro Legion for quite a, at quite a discount compared to MSRP these days. And again, as a safe gun, as a range toy, probably okay. If you inspect it and make sure that all of the springs are in place and that you have good sear engagement, maybe, you know, just buy a fresh set of upper parts and of the striker assembly, you're probably going to be just fine as long as it, you know, sits unloaded in a safe and you only take it out as a range toy. With the bad press, you imagine they're discounted. Probably not off MSRP, but a lot of people got rid of their SIG P320s after 2 Flashpoint events. One was the airman shooting, although that turned out to be fake. It's just that the guy made up the whole story and had people lie and corroborate it. So that one was fake. The airman was in fact not killed by a misfiring P320. However, all of the other ones were still uncommanded discharges of P320s.
A bat seems to be wearing a face mask. So I don't know if the guy who is messing with them is like somebody from the internet who's there to harass and rile him up. I know, you know, with internet lolcow culture, this is not uncommon. They did it to Dragonlord, but I think Dragonlord is actually a pretty bad guy. So if this guy was there just to harass him, he hit him with a baseball bat, it's kind of like, I mean, you know,
the thing with self-defense, you need to be able to clearly explain that it was self-defense. And unfortunately, just under the current legal climate, you're going to get taken in unless you report it on the spot. So whenever you're in anything where you want to claim self-defense, you have to be the first one calling the cops. You say, or at least you need to call it about the same time. You call the cops, you say, hey, I was a victim of a crime. I had to defend myself. Like, please send police and EMS. This is your best positioning for that. Fear of death or great bodily harm to yours or another, call first. Yes. These are all, be able to clearly explain why you were in fear of death. Do not explain it on the spot. Just you claim that on the spot, and then you shut the fuck up until you have a lawyer. But again, we're definitely not dealing with someone who's able to navigate that much of a complex process. It's obviously someone who's like below the cutoff for clinical retardation, which is again sad. That also means that someone should probably take his fucking phone away. New almost 3-minute video of the shooting from a close-up. Please post it in the Discord, Anarchist. If you don't want to join the Discord, just post it in the chat ball. I have to quickly scroll through it off screen just to make sure that, you know, we don't watch something that's TOS. Let's take a look at it. All right, lolcows being lolcows, I don't particularly care. We got a spicy video to look through. Let me quickly pre-screen. Just a second. No audio. Okay, so I see where the shots are fired. We're gonna stop just short of that spot, just so that I don't get a strike. All right, we're playing with fire here a little bit, but you know, for the sake of transparency. Okay, so someone is up they're playing some kind of loud noise. Love the onlooker screaming, someone call 911 as she records on her phone. I mean, to be fair, documenting is a valid practice. That is your right to do. ICE should have body cams. This is just accentuates the fact that, I'm sorry, guys, you need body cams. Body cams were very important in a lot of contested police shootings. Body cams are your best friend if you're in the right. All right, they're pushing away someone who's playing loud noises at them. All right, wait, who's pushing who? He's trying to interfere, gets maced. Get the fuck away. Okay. They're grouping up, gets maced again. Wait, he's holding on to the other person? What the fuck? Okay, let's... Okay, so I'm going to assume body armor. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here. So let's see. Obvious ice agent pushes someone away who's trying to interfere. This dude bro closes a distance with the ice officer, gets maced because do not walk into someone's blind spot while they're using force. That's, I guess, just a bystander gawking. Both get maced. Why are you trying to stand her up? What are you doing? Okay, so they're trying to separate them to actuate an arrest. Alright, they're separating.
Fuck people! The fuck is wrong with you?
They're trying to spread them out. I feel like we have shots fired around here somewhere.
Honestly!
Alright, so they're isolating his limbs to arrest him safely. This is a good spot. See, the thing is, I really disagree with compliance strikes no longer being part of the manual, because a lot of these apprehensions could be made significantly easier with a compliance strike. Alright, that one is off to the side. I'm not sure who's dealing with her. Based on the fact that there's a respirator in play, that's another protester. They seem to be a non-threat. They're managed by just one ICE officer on the side. Oh, okay, so someone fired a shot. Someone fired a shot in that particular instance. So let's pay closer attention to the moment after he goes down.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, they're trying to spread him out on the ground, as you do, because they need to isolate his limbs in order to handcuff him.
Honestly!
If they're hitting him, they're trying to take something from him. Because if there's multiple people trying to unball him... Oh, ads. Well, that's why we have the YouTube channel. Let me see what Notary says. There's other individuals taking pictures, and there might be an observable draw motion prior to the shot, and then everyone backs up. So I assume they're fighting to they do yell gun at some point. That's what I'm trying to listen for. Oh, okay. Now I hear it. Gun, gun, gun. Yeah. So there's a gun, gun, gun. The officers draw. A shot cracks off. You can't hear well because no, we heard it. It's audible. They hear gun, gun, gun. Multiple officers draw. There's a shot that's cracked off, which I assume is him attempting to draw it. And at that point, they're just separating. Does he have a gun in his hand? Well, he goes down at that point, and the camera work is not great. Alright, the rest is probably histrionics. They're rendering aid. Maybe the gun went off on it, so... No, you shut the fuck up! Listen, they've spotted the gun before it went off. I assume they would have only been able to do that if he actually drew it from concealment. So let's not make it... Would it be funny? Yes. Is it likely? No. No, it is very unlikely that a gun just went off while he was being apprehended. Because in that case, boy, Sig is fucked. All right, they're attempting to plug the holes that they put in him. Okay, he's trying to ball up. Gun, gun, gun. They back up to give everybody. Okay, we can't watch the rest of the video here. Like most of the sauce is going to be in the parts that I can't watch on Twitch. Bad PR for Sig either way. Not really. Not really. So if like short of an actual uncommanded discharge, this has nothing to do with Sig. We have the what is it? The Protection of Lawful Commerce Act for a reason. If some retard decides to buy a gun you make and then goes and is retarded with it, you have no culpability for it. Is that the same? Okay, we have it in the media share, so I'm gonna take a look at it later in the Discord. Every piece of that pistol is SIG 100%. That it was bought in a single piece from a dealer. Is the grip confirmed to be a SIG grip? It looked like something aftermarket because it has like a very aggressive CZ grip angle to it. All right, back to the website. I mean, you never know. Let's see. Where's a build your own? Okay, build a P320. I don't know why you would, but it's probably the fastest way to spot a similar grip module. We're gonna be fine. Okay, grip modules. Okay, there we go. So, I'm gonna need to let me bring up that image just for contrast. Do not see serial numbers, but that's fine. Okay, maybe just a second. So, beaver tail looks about right. So it may be a gun bought in one piece. Actually, no, Terry may be onto something here. Let's see. Magwell is definitely matching the source. Okay, interesting. Grip panels. We can build this entire gun. Hey, the grip panels seem to be aftermarket because I'm not seeing anything remotely similar in the builder. And I assume that let's see if it's a pre-build actually. Firearms P320. Flux, Tac Ops. Also has to have a threaded barrel too, mind you. No, okay, so grip is somewhat similar, but the grip panel is different. All right, I'm not seeing a ready-made build that has the same grip panels. I'm looking at an example on my site. I'm going to bring it up later. But the grip panels do not match, so that's a miss. We're going to go with the standard ones for now. Slide looks like a generic M18 slide. No lightning cuts, no ports, nothing. It's just a SIG slide with a coyote brown Cerakote. XS series. Those don't look like suppressor height sights. But for the sake of argument, that is a SIG optic though. We did identify the optic correctly. So, M18 slide. Is there something more similar to that? Probably not. Okay, Coyote slide assembly. What's up next? Barrel. Do we have threaded barrel options? We do have threaded barrel options. The thread protector. Let me give a throwaway zip code real quick, just so that it allows us to do something here. Let me grab a Dallas zip code real quick. Can I get an address, please? Come on. 76102. 76102. All right, I don't see chat yet. Just be mindful of that. I catch up with chat. Some rando sold his M18 after the bullshit, and this dipshit just bought a secondhand custom. He may have just bought a secondhand custom. That's also, he probably, again, it may be a case of a Saturday night special, just with, you know, a little bit of extra, with a few extra steps. Okay, 1x28 is the standard. So the thread protector does not look like the one that SIG would supply natively. Okay, so it's a different thread protector, so we're already assuming aftermarket barrel. Comp carry barrel. Is that the only threaded? That's the only threaded barrel we have here. Guide springs, only one standard option available. Magazine. That looks like the magazine we're looking at, so just the standard 10-round Legion. Imagine running a 10-round magazine in a full-sized gun. Optics. I'm seeing 3 MOA. So this is the optic. That's a Romeo T6 with a hood. Engravings. Irrelevant. So side to side. So this is the gun we're looking at. 10-round vomit. 10 round in a full-sized gun. So the thread protectors are singular part that only have to. No. The grips are also different. We did not find this grip this grip module or the back strap. Like there's nothing that looks even remotely similar, both in texture and in color. So the grip module is aftermarket. So that one doesn't match. So the frame is stock. Like everything on this gun seems to be stock. Actually, let's look at the FCU for a moment. Okay, the FCU is also stock. Minnesota doesn't have mag bands. He could just run a 17. Well, then he didn't. At least maybe that's just the reload he had, but that's a 10-round magazine according to SIG's website. See? The itty bitty one with like the. Oh no, never mind. It's just a floor plate. The short floor plate. So inconclusive. The magazine size is inconclusive. But you don't know there's reliable confirmation he was from town, or maybe he just ordered it online. Well, again, the mag size is largely irrelevant. Okay, fine. Let's assume that you can lose your thread protector, although I just Loctite mine on. Oh, the magazine is? Yeah. I mean, you can order the 17 rounder online. You'll have it. If you're not in a banned state, you can just order it. They're saying he's from Minnesota? Okay. But yeah, so he did not have the suppressor height sights. So it's probably someone who had a stock P320. Not assuming he'd look long enough to find the magazine bigger than 10 rounds. Again, depending on where he bought it, I am fully on board with just trusting the process of going with the version rather that he just bought an M17. Is it an M17 though? I'm not. It's hard to tell, but it's probably M18. Yeah, it's an M18 slide most likely. So he probably bought a secondhand. He probably bought a consignment gun. So someone probably had their like M18 and they switched out the grip module for. Can you get a Coyote Brown P320 without the manual safety? I wonder. Because the look is cool. Like I like that you know, the color of guns that were obviously made for the US military. Let's see. Parts. Grip module. P320. So it was probably bought as a single piece, but it was bought off of someone who at least swapped out the grip panels. Is what I am leaning towards. And the slide is just a stock M18 slide. All right, fuck it. Anyhow, rip bozo. Don't commit suicide by cop. I confirmed that he had a license, so legal carry. Yeah, but it's still illegal to draw it on cops, you know? I'm up in the air. I keep forgetting whether or not you can have a gun on your person when you're attending a protest. I am of two minds on this. On the one hand, like usually, I think you can protest while having a gun on you. You're not assuming he. Okay, that we're cut up with chat. Good. Good. Okay then. In most states, yes. Just pointing out that he went through the trouble of acquiring a license. So it is likely his gun. If he had a license to carry or whatever they call it in Minnesota. So it is probably just his gun. He's just one of those lefty gun owner subreddit users. So he dabbles in the hobby. He doesn't know any better than to run a P320 as his concealed carry, I guess. Yeah. Sucks to suck. Okay, Tyler Robinson has attempted to clout chase. And yes, I'm not going to be very generous with the assumptions here, just based on the attitudes. He wanted this to be his daycare expose, and he kind of came up dry to, well, nobody really caring because he didn't really find anything. So I've pre-watched the video just to see if it's worth even looking at. And I regret to inform you that it is largely a nothing burger.
I don't want my kids should play in the house of a secular guy.
This is Curious Joel. A village of 44,000 Hasidic Jews in upstate New York that primarily speak Yiddish have an average of 7 kids per family.
Are you sure they speak Yiddish? Because that sign was in Hebrew.
How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids? It's one of the poorest towns in America, with 40% living beneath the federal poverty line. Many men here are religiously studying the Torah.
Tyler can't fucking tell.
full-time and heavily rely on public assistance and welfare in the form of Medicaid, housing vouchers, food stamps, and cash aid to support their giant families that God commanded them to have.
So he's already making a lot of aspersions here, sort of, you know, as a promise to prove that in the course of the video, which he doesn't.
And the village enforces strict gender roles, modest dress codes, and sends their kids to private religious schools. And why is it okay for Jewish people to live together in a homogenous Jew-only community, but it's illegal when white people try to build their own?
So it's not illegal. And so, again, it's, I hate the false equivalency because it's built for the fucking no attention span having dipshits. You've seen these guys before? Which ones? The Hasidic Jews? Yeah, there's quite, well, I wouldn't say there's quite a few of them. It looks like there's a few of them because they tend to congregate in an area. Like, it's safe to assume that all of the Hasidic Jews that don't live in New York proper otherwise live in this community. There's not like multiples of these. You're not seeing a problem with this outside of the weird welfare dependency. Again, all entitlements should be cut. We should not be spending 60% of our annual government spending on entitlements. Cut everything that's not VA benefits. That's it. I'm sorry, these programs have outlived their usefulness, if they ever had any to begin with. They're being abused. We do not control these well. Take the whole fucking thing down. But again, even if there is dependency, that's a big if. They were never useful to begin with, also true. Also, what he did is retarded. We had an expose on this exact town a couple of decades ago. There wasn't even really an expose. It's just stating that, hey, there's this little town of, like, effectively, you know, Amish Jews who live this way. But, like, what stands out to me is he is attempting to cater to the, this is a video made for the Groypers, basically. So he's trying to cast aspersions here. Oh, why can't I have my white Christian enclave, which is apparently illegal, even though no, that's, well, first of all, you can have your closed membership only enclaves. And while you can do that, this town also does not really bar anyone from moving there. The thing is, as it's going to be highlighted in the video, as anyone who's ever interacted with Hasidic Jews, you can move there. You just really don't want to. It's not explicitly illegal, but you will have the government all up into your business. You really won't if you execute it correctly. Like, the problem with the case that he's alluding to, first of all, it was not an all-white compound because the dude's wife is Hispanic. That was already not what was happening. Second of all, don't advertise your cul-de-sac as no blacks. That's all you have to do. Yes, we have... under the Civil Rights Act, it's illegal to discriminate solely on the race of someone whenever you're engaged in some kind of real estate deal. Sure. As long as you don't openly say that you're doing that, you can de facto do that. I hate to break it to you.
Pulled up to Curious Joel myself to see what's going on. Welcome to Curious Joel, a traditional community of modesty and values and keeping.
It is true that the whites-only enclaves get constant bullshit. The Civil Rights Act should be burned to the ground. Not wrong. But again, I would like to see, like, specific cases. There is a way to run a whites-only enclave. You just have to shut the fuck up. You have to manage it. You need to make sure that all of your I's are dotted and all your T's are crossed, and there you go.
With our traditions and religious customs, we kindly ask that you dress and behave in a modest way while visiting our community. This includes wearing long skirts or pants, covered necklines, sleeves past the elbow, use appropriate language, maintain gender separation in all public areas. Thank you for respecting our values. Let's pop in here and say shalom. Lots of people praying.
says members only entrance, enters anyway, with a camera, with multiple cameras. It's just these guys can get away with it a lot easier because the government is too scared to poke the beehive. There is no beehive to poke, Digby, and the government is definitely not scared of these people. It's just that these people, a lot of them, shock horror, a lot of Jews are lawyers, or a lot of lawyers are Jews. A lot of the good, expensive lawyers are Jews. You know why they're expensive? Because they're good lawyers. And generally, they're going to use said good, high-powered lawyers. That's the beehive. Well, again, it's not a beehive if you just, do things legally in the way that the law prescribes. It's hardly kicking a beehive. It's more like trying to punch a wall. Oh, you did everything correctly? Well, I guess we have no case here. Just whenever you try to set up your whites-only Hyperborea enclave, just hire a Jewish lawyer to do your paperwork.
Hi. Shalom. Okay, so it says entrance for members only. Not sure what it takes to be a member. What does it take to be a member? Do I have to be Jewish to enter? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the schedule exactly, but 9 o'clock sharp, they're not at work. What is this?
Well, I mean, technically they are at work. You walked into a shul and, people who practice as inside of the shul are in the shul. What do you mean they're not at work?
Okay, so I guess everyone's praying right now. So you gotta wonder what these people do for employment. You'll notice the
He keeps running on that line over and over again without ever actually, finding. Well, he does find out, but it doesn't change his narrative.
Mexicans out here are doing the hard labor, and the Jewish people, I'm not sure what they do. Maybe we can ask this guy.
Yes, you're. Just fucking stop. What do you mean? What do you mean? What the Mexicans doing the door was not locked. You don't show up to get greeted by blacked out windows. Well, for one, the shuls don't receive any federal money. There was no idiot saying why when you asked to study the Torah. Let's keep going with it. But yeah, you don't participate. Okay, let me explain something. Being a Sumerian desert spirit on one side of my family, I have observed the ways of the Jew. As in, like, I have seen them happen at close proximity. We cohabitate quite peacefully with God's chosen people. So, manual labor is looked down on in that society. You never want you never want your dearest son Shlomo to work as a day laborer in construction. That's why you send Shlomo to get his accounting degree so that he can be an accountant for a construction business and not be actually on the construction site. That's it. That's why the hard labor is done by the Mexicans. Listen, if there weren't Mexicans in the country in the first place, they would have just hired Americans to do the hard labor.
Hi. Excuse me. What do most people do for work out here? You don't know? All right, cold shoulder. Question for you, sir. How long do people pray per day? Okay, what do people do?
That's an odd fucking question. To how long do people pray per day?
For work. Okay, what do you do for work? Okay, you don't want to talk? How many hours a day do they pray?
3 hours a day.
Do people have 9 to 5s?
Yes.
Like, what industries are...
Okay, so here's your, again, shock horror. All of these people are employed. So they go, they do their religious practice. Do they have 9 to 5s? Do they have jobs? Yes, they have jobs. This is so fucking incompetent. It also makes, can also be I can't read. It can almost be mistaken for satire. Yes.
Are they involved in here?
Construction or other type of industries.
And what do you do?
I'm a student and also I'm doing home care.
What are you studying?
I'm studying Torah.
Torah?
Yes.
How old are you?
Our holy Torah.
And who pays for education?
I try to work on overtime.
Overtime?
Yes.
What do you mean? Okay, so who pays for education? I will explain who pays for education. Usually communities like that are going to be run by a handful of sponsors. It's usually going to be like 3 to 5 wealthy families who will sponsor a shul, because a shul is not considered an educational facility under any sort of federal programs. And they also don't want to drink the Kool-Aid of any federal programs. So those get funded by money that is donated by the community to run the shul. That's it. That's who pays for the education.
Where do you work overtime?
The same people, by the way, pay for the facilities. They make donations towards, I don't know. Every shul usually will want to have their version of a handwritten Torah. So that also is sponsored by whoever is donating to the shul.
I work home care.
Home care?
Night, yes.
Is it like, do you have kids?
I have kids, yes.
How many kids?
3.
How do you afford to raise 3 kids while being a student?
Because I work very hard. I want to study the Torah. I'm very proud.
How do you
Again, people seem to misunderstand. That's why I said, like, these are just Amish Jews, essentially, just per their MO. All they do is read the Torah. And they do, like, whatever labor fills up the rest of their schedule. And then they go home. That's all they fucking do. That is a part of the reason why they're insufferable to be around. We're going to circle back around that. Again, not to detract from the character of these people, but all they do is read the Torah and you pay for it. No, Digby, that's the thing. You don't pay for it. All they do is read the Torah and then they work some entry-level position. Yeah, they're not exciting people. A lot of them are fucking assholes too. They will be assholes to anyone, like, in a very how should I put this? In a very mild, sort of petty way to anyone who's also not a hardline practicing Hasidic Jew. Like, anyone who is secular, they don't really consider you too highly unless you're actively interested in their study. Isn't the whole point is that they're on benefits? Well, I've yet to see proof of that, Digby. Big if true, but we're not seeing that yet. And again, that's also not not my observation. It's not been my observation. Most of these people work some kind of job. Some of them work multiple jobs. Do they have a tendency to look for any benefits they actually qualify for? Yes. Then they will do that, just like everyone else. Typically, whenever someone qualifies for benefits, they will take those benefits. I will wait for you to find me a group that doesn't.
afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you too?
Also, yes.
Yeah. How many people out here are on like welfare in the form of like housing assistance or Section 8 or EBT, SNAP, Medicare?
Yes, yes, yes.
And that allows you to study the Torah?
Yes.
And raise your kids?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
And how many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They
Wait, no one has 17, 18 kids. I don't think he understood the question.
are proud to do what the Torah says.
No, I'm sorry. Even the most prolific like pillar of the community rabbis don't have 17, 18 kids. That doesn't fit a life cycle. That doesn't fit the window of fertility of most married women.
That you need to be multiple and fruitful.
Wow. And do you think there's welfare abuse in the community out here?
No.
No? Because they actually have the kids?
Yes.
They have the kids. Do they get tax credits for the kids?
What they get, but they are all doing to keep our Torah, yes.
Keep the Torah?
Yes.
What are your thoughts on people out there who can barely afford to have one kid?
If they want, they can have one, but if God's given them more, it's very proud.
Okay, shout out God.
Yes.
Okay.
One thing, we are very against the state of Israel. It's a very big problem for us.
So you guys don't approve of a state of Israel before the Messiah comes, right?
Yes, yes. Zionism is not Judaism. It's a very other thing.
Question for you, sir.
That's a separate fucking gripe. which is it's a funny hang up to have. Like you're against the state where you are still allowed. Like they have Hasidic Jews in Israel. They're not big fans of them in Israel for all of the same reasons. In addition to the fact that they also pay no fucking taxes.
What do you do for work out here?
And they don't participate in military service.
Are you on the phone? Or are you listening to the radio? Okay. Damn, it's tough to get some answers out of folks. What do you do for work?
I mean, you're a literal who on the street. They really don't owe you a response.
Okay.
How do you make money?
My wife.
Your wife? What does she do for work?
What is this? What?
Interview. Good to meet you. For YouTube. So your wife works and you study the Torah?
Have a good day.
How many kids do you have?
Have a good day.
How many children do you have? Okay, thank you. Well, that was fascinating. Excuse me, do you
I mean, again, you are a literal who.
study Torah?
Study that?
Torah?
No.
What do you do for work? Do you have a job? Does your wife work? Are you a student of the Torah?
Yes.
Do you work a job for money?
I?
Yeah.
No.
Does your wife?
Yes.
She does. Does your wife go to work to make money and you study Torah?
Where are you?
Tyler, good to meet you. I'm just doing a YouTube video about this place. I find it fascinating.
I don't have time. I have to go.
But where are you going if you don't work?
I study.
So you study. And does your wife work? What industry does she work in? Teaching, education, children? And how do you afford the kids if you don't work?
He just told you.
Your wife? Okay, thank you. Sounds like a great setup. Damn, I might have to get in on that. Excuse me, what do women work at here? What jobs do women work in here? Is it
A town made up of lanky, introverted nerds, and you're badgering them in public with the actually very personal questions like, where do you work? What do you do? Does your wife work? Why the fuck are you asking me that?
mostly childcare? Okay, cold shoulder. Do you work a job as well as raise the kids? Do the women raise the kids in? Okay, tough to talk to the women out here. How do people afford to have families? So like as you raise baby, do you also go to work at some point? What do you do for work? Do you study the Torah?
So apparently they do work.
For a living. Do you study the Torah? Do you work a job? No? Does your wife work a job? Are you a student? Do you work?
I would like to point out that so far the harshest response that Tyler has gotten is walking away silently and ignoring him. Not even no one ignored him. People are still saying sorry, I have to go. It's like they're still being at least somewhat cordial to him. As opposed to Nick Shirley having to wear a stab vest and having a security detail with him while filming the childcare shit. Because if he didn't have those things, he just would have gone missing there. He would have just disappeared in Snowgadishu. And we would have never seen the YouTube documentary. If you go into a neighborhood of self-respecting people in their 50s, Harlem, the Bronx, Queens, fucking Dayton, Ohio, they will look at you funny and leave. Because you're asking weird shit they don't know you. Yeah, pretty much.
Are you a student? Man, I can't do this anymore.
Compare that to the way Nick Shirley operated his documentary, and you can tell that Tyler is seething over Nick Shirley being in the spotlight. He is coping and seething, possibly pissing and shitting himself over the fact that Nick Shirley is getting podcast appearances. He's being noticed by the vice president and by the president. And Tyler is just a literal who. It was funny for like a full week when India was angry at him for the poo throwing festival documentary. And that's about it. Like you're the poo throwing guy, and you can see that it eats at him that Nick Shirley just outshone him. Absolutely just not ratioed because they didn't even have a direct interaction. Nick Shirley shot past him, and Shirley did an actual an actual journalism in the sense that he actually went to places. He followed the paper trail to spots where money was disappearing. And he demonstrated that, hey, we're paying X number of millions of dollars for a daycare here, and there's not a daycare here. And you can't show that in this community because that's just not taking place. Oh, there are people here who study the Torah and they also work and like they have kids and they live below the poverty line. Okay. And he needs to be more creative and original, not coattail chasing, but that's what he's doing. He is attempting to do a very ill-researched and ill-executed Nick Shirley documentary. He could have replicated Shirley's work in other places like Pittsburgh that has tons of... But here's the thing. The Somali thing is already... First of all, it's dangerous. You're going to get fucking stabbed trying to investigate Somalis. Like, you're going to be branded as, like, a big no-no. However, you can take advantage of the noticer clicks by going after the Jews who control everything. Like, if you do that and you post how you post about not having any suicidal thoughts, and you get some of those groper clicks, and they don't really have the mental capacity to realize that, oh, this is a nothing burger. We just watched a 40-minute video of nothing.
Question for you. Do you study Torah? Do you study the Torah? Excuse me, sir. Do you study the Torah? Hey. Oh, you speak on his behalf? How do you know that? Get on out of here. He said he doesn't want to give an interview. How would he know? Do they communicate telepathically via...
Well, because he's walking away from you and you're pestering him with a camera.
A hive mind? Hi. Tyler, yes. How are you, my friend? How are you doing? Yes. Wow.
See, whenever someone actually knows who he is, he gets a positive reaction, as opposed to, let's look back at Nick Shirley, as opposed to someone running up on him, talking about, well, you want to send all Somalis into camps, you're racist, and get the fuck out of my community. Let's compare that to this. Oh, damn, you're a YouTuber I watch. That's so cool, man.
How are you? You want to say hi?
Independent journalist.
Yes.
Lucy, you want to say hi?
No. Okay, how are you doing?
Shit, this
Do
office.
you want to tell me a little bit about this place?
Sure, we go up here.
Okay.
It's a very nice place.
Yeah, and it's mostly Hasidic Jews?
Yes,
Okay.
it's only Hasidic Jews.
And it's one of the most biggest growing towns,
Big
right? By
growing town.
percentage?
It's the biggest in the
Big
United-
families, too.
Big families, right?
He gets a couple of people who have seen him run up. Wait, what? Oh, they run up and say hi. You mean Nick or this guy? Well, we're looking at this guy right now.
How do people afford to have such big families out here?
It's... I'm not saying anything.
What do you mean? How do they have such big families?
You believe in God, that
Believe in
God
God?
created that.
Okay. Hey, thanks for saying hi, my friend.
I don't know who you are.
My name's Tyler Oliveira.
I don't talk to the suspicious person.
Well, that's actually, yeah. So see, this one at least this guy is just saying it out loud, but that is a shared. Imagine if you're a prosecuted minority who was almost driven to extinction. Maybe you're going to be somewhat apprehensive of outsiders.
How am I suspicious?
I don't know.
Tyler's problem that he's an unoriginal coward. He could be aggressive and find another spot, but he's afraid that he'll die. Well, yes, that's why he comes to like a sleepy little hamlet with no crime and harasses, again, just basically a priestly class. It's almost as if people don't like to be pestered about their personal lives.
Damn, ouch, that hurt my feelings. Do you study Torah, or do you work a job, or Vera?
I don't talk to the suspicious person.
How am I suspicious?
I don't know who you are.
Damn, ouch, that hurt my feelings.
He cast literal who.
Do you study Torah, or do you work a job, or own business? Well, that's not true. What's up?
What do you mean that's not true? What do you mean that's not true? You're at a place where people are obviously doing something. They're going here for some reason. New video dropped. Apparently, the new theory is that the guy was successfully disarmed, but the gun discharged accidentally after it was taken away. Oh no. Oh no. Sig is cooked.
That's not true. That's a lie. That's not true. That's not true. I've talked to people. They said some of them just study the Torah. They told me themselves.
Well, some.
So who's the liar? I understand that. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know who you are.
I'm just asking questions. How many children do you have?
You work for Hamas?
What? I'm journalist. I'm just exploring. YouTube vlogger. I don't work for Hamas. He said, do you work for Hamas? What? Okay, so this is the most beautiful $10 million synagogue right
Oh no, a boomer reaches for the first antagonist group that he can think of. Shock horror.
here. It is quite nice. Let's see if anyone wants to talk.
The attempts at pearl clutching are getting very old very fast.
Hello. Are most people here rabbis? 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 Are you guys rabbis?
No.
Okay.
What?
Do most of them work as... Yes, hello. I'm asking men what they do for a living out here. Are most people here...
What number?
Oh, it's just my name, Tyler. I'm just asking...
What does does he expect Jews not know study Jewish holy books? Well, it's not even that. There are plenty of Jews that don't do that, but it's odd when you go into a Hasidic enclave, Hasidic Jews being notoriously like the most hardline religious sects in Judaism, and you expect them to not dedicate their time to studying their holy books? This video is just dumb. You can only watch snippets when others sat down with it. We're gonna watch the entire thing. I watched the entire thing. And again, like, this is a nothing burger.
Hasidic Jews out here, because I know What do you mean?
People are not gonna answer you because...
What do most men do here for work? Is it they study the Torah?
No, most people are working in Amazon like this.
CNN? No, I just have a YouTube channel.
The mere press.
He walked into an open building in a high-trust society and starts asking pushy questions. Kind of want him to get tied to a post and driven to the city limits. Again, it's not going to happen because it's not that kind of place. Like, when these people get uncomfortable, they will just walk away.
Presence of a goyim was sufficient.
In Israel, however, they will likely just throw a rock at your head, funnily enough. Hasidic Jews in Israel are fucking wild. They are not a well-liked group.
To raise suspicion.
Question for you. What do most men do for work here? Are they rabbis?
No,
this is working?
No.
What do they do? Because I'm trying to talk to people, just figure out what the main industry is.
A lot of things.
Can you give me some ideas?
Oh, go outside.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yes, you're also interfering with like the actual work there. So, like,
I'm trying to talk to folks like you, how you make your money and afford to raise your families.
Again, how do you make your money is a very invasive question. I think it's a question of whether Hasidic opt out of IDF or the IDF doesn't want them. They opt out. They've lobbied to get religious exemptions for people studying in private religious universities, but then they just study there their entire life because, yes, that's sort of what you do as part of the priestly class. But they are seen as de facto draft dodgers by the rest of by all other Israelis, essentially. You were making a joke about the IDF not wanting Hasidics because they're too unruly. They're not really unruly. But...
What?
54 rows.
But then I finally met this guy who gave me some wisdom.
Help me
Everything
out.
people do.
What do you do for a living?
Billboards.
How long does the prayer last? And when do people go to work?
Okay, so again, he's just completely glossing over the fact that he just found a guy who has apparently his own business doing billboards. And he's just glossing over it. Oh, apparently everyone here is on welfare except, well, these guys who can clearly state what they do for work because they're younger guys. They're kind of okay with talking to some random schmuck with a camera. Looking at stills showing up, it does seem like he was disarmed, and then the gun goes off. No! The P320 went off on the ground? Are you for real? Could have been a finger slip in the moment, but knowing it's a SIG? No! Get the fuck out! No! You like how schmuck is a proper insult in this case? Why, thank you. I'm not very big on reaching into my jar of Yiddish insults, but sometimes they're appropriate.
People go from 9 o'clock in the morning, from 6 o'clock in the morning until the night.
So how do they pay their bills?
How they pay the bills? By working.
Well, when do they work if they're praying all day?
They're not praying all day. So you have a lot of people coming in the morning and going into work, then coming back to pray. You have a lot of people coming in the morning to pray. They have people just waking up late.
I see.
From
Okay.
having a big
Different
community.
schedules. So you own a billboard company?
Yes.
How do people afford to have like 10 kids out here?
The community is based on this. So
Well, it's not only that. The standard of living is just significantly less. You need to also understand that. Whenever we say like afford a kid, like if I were to budget for having a child, for example, where I live, I'm going to go off of the fact that, first of all, I don't live in a community with any kind of support network, so I don't really lean on any external factors here. I go off of what it is. I go off of the cost of having a child while participating in sort of regular normal society and maintaining my standard of living, meaning I rent a pretty large, nice apartment. I spend money on nice things like travel and owning guns and new PC hardware. My Oni wife also likes spending money on nice things because I like getting her nice things. And the expectation for most people is that you're going to have a child and you still get to have nice things not only for yourself but for the child as well. You bet they still have potlucks with tables in the middle of the street? They do, yes. So that's the thing. A Ford is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Hasidic Jews don't really live exciting lives. Their standard of living is not great. The fact that they live below the poverty line kind of gets completely glossed over. Because, yes, they run businesses, they try to be economically active, they make their chunk of change. That chunk of change gets taxed like everyone else's money too, by the way. And then on top of that, they will just have like 5 to 7 children because their religion prohibits them from any kind of contraception. And then like that money is spread very, very thin. The riots have already kicked in over this. I really don't give a fuck. Like if it leads to the Insurrection Act being invoked, so be it.
Okay, so is it wealthy
Minnesota can suck a fat one.
members of the community give charity?
Yes, mostly. That's the way.
Are most people on Medicaid, SNAP, EBT? Let's be honest.
I don't know. I can't speak for other people.
What about you?
I'm not going to tell about myself.
Okay.
A lot of these folks have business there. Not all of them. Okay. Some of them.
But there's a lot of you guys, right?
Some of them are being supported by community members.
Okay. What's the big industry for women out here? Is it childcare? Because I notice Mexicans seem to work like retail, construction. Many men will tell me my wife works, but I do not.
That's not true.
That's what they told me, though. They themselves.
The first 2 years after they get married.
Okay.
Only the first 2 years.
Okay.
And then they go work. Most men.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's the usual. Again, we need to understand that gender roles in Hasidic families are also very, very different. Insurrect the state, scoop up all of the government, chuck Omar into the ocean, suspend walls from an overpass. Why into an ocean when we can inflict a much harsher fate of having to live in Somalia?
How many kids do you have? I'm going to guess you have 13? They all vote unanimously in favor for it. Look at this. There's a car accident every 5 seconds. Some of the driving out here is horrendous. It's truly terrible. What did the Jewish people here do for work, from what you've seen? Do they just pray, or?
No. So, yes, they pray every single day, and they work every single day after this happen.
After they pray, they go to work?
Yeah. They drive in a school bus and a transit bus.
Excuse me, gentlemen. What do you guys do for work here? Do you guys have like businesses, like work a job? Do you guys study Torah?
I have a job.
What do you do?
I'm in sales.
Are you lying to me? Just the way you looked at him, I'm just like, what? Is it just ink? What do you do?
I'm doing sales.
What do you sell?
Food.
Why do you keep looking at him? Okay. What food do you?
Well, because you're butting into a conversation. People keep telling him they work, and he seems to refuse to listen. Yeah, he just glosses over that fact. I mean, good on him for at least leaving it in a video and making himself look like an ass.
You sell?
Chocolates.
What? I feel like I'm getting bamboozled right here. I don't understand the look back there. Do most women raise their households and then they work afterwards?
Some, not most.
Some. Okay. Like what percentage? Half?
Maybe half.
Maybe half?
Usually when they study, they do just that.
Okay.
But the ones who work study in the morning and late afternoon. I mean, in the evening.
To be fair, I have seen people who work bus driver jobs, some people doing something in the shop, sort of managing the shop. The construction and hard labor seems to be exclusively executed by the Mexicans.
Yes, because that's the whole reason you have Shabaskoy.
Excuse me, miss. Do women work and raise the kids out here?
Sometimes.
Do the men work or do they study the Torah? The sheer density of minivans out here is a phenomenon in and of itself. Excuse me.
Oh no, big families use cars that fit families? I mean, how else are you going to run a Jewish bakery? By running it? Yes.
What do you do for a living? Okay. What do you do for work? What do you do for a living, sir? Tough scene. Excuse me. What do you do for a living? Excuse me, what do you do for work?
I student.
I mean, just for having a selfie stick, I think that alone warrants a beating. I'm sorry, how do we still allow selfie sticks in society? Didn't we just agree at some point that that is a massive violation of just norms of decency?
Hey, student, you're old though.
I follow you on YouTube.
There we go. So you gotta answer this puzzle for me then. What do people do for work out here?
We do construction, we do everything.
Do people?
Oh my god. A wild builder Jew appears. He's apparently a site overseer. So who? Look at that! A person with a job on fucking camera. It's very. I don't think that's a Mexican. I'm not sure what's quite giving it away, but something tells me that that's not a Mexican. Who would have thought?
People spend hours praying in the synagogue and then they work afterwards?
I mean, you say hours. Again, they don't... It's the most Jewish Mexican I've ever seen.
Do the women raise the kids and that's all they do, or do they work as well?
They work as well. The men also raise their kids.
Wow.
We just don't bother nobody. Whatever a normal people is doing, we're doing.
Okay.
But we're doing it mostly in the kosher way. Instead of selling to general supermarkets.
I see.
For example, I'm in the kosher food. I sell for kosher supermarkets.
What I'm hearing is...
Fascinating. If you have a gigantic population, stop reducing the importance of raising children. You fucking New York cunt. Well, again, see, being a millennial, he must not understand that raising children is a thing that happens just because, you know, he was never parented. Maybe then he would have been told that asking strange questions of people will runs you the risk of getting your ass beat. Oh boy. I guess the insinuation, so he's trying to pursue an angle here. He's actually doing a CNN because he's trying to guide people into confirming the hypothesis that he has come here to confirm and is so far failing to do so. He wants to drive a story that these people have gigantic families while you are being replaced with Mexicans, and they're doing so on the government dime while you are getting taxed to death. That is what he wants to say. He wants to say that the Jews are making the government pay them money to have gigantic families while you are stuck in a dead-end job that you don't like. He wants to whisper into the ear of people who are already severely blackpilled and are now have a tremendous confirmation bias for someone to point in the direction of a group that's at fault or is not suffering the same consequences for some reason. But again, like, the lifestyle is accessible to anyone. You just don't want the smoke. I guarantee you, like, no one is preventing, never mind the enclave, no one is preventing you from living a similar lifestyle. Go to church twice per day as part of an involved religious practice. You don't even have to pray that entire time. You can just go and volunteer at your church in the morning before you go to work, and then in the evening. But then you also have to go work and earn a living. And you don't really participate in leisure just because you have no expendable income. And turns out, not many people really want to do that.
Gladly take money out of the American tax base to support their lifestyle, and if they do start a business, it'll most likely accommodate and service Jews.
Who the fuck else are, again, they're in a community of Hasidic Jews. Who the fuck are they supposed to service with their business? Yeah, you've lived the go to church all the time lifestyle? No fucking thank you.
We don't bother nobody. We don't kill.
This is true. No violence out here.
No violence.
No drugs.
No drugs. No stealing.
They have leisure. Everyone has leisure. You don't need money for leisure. It's called music. Dancing is fun. Well, it's, again, they have some sort of leisure. Like, chess is very big in this community. God, it's just every fucking stereotype. It's chess. Look, music and dancing is a part of it, but not on Saturdays, not on the Shabbos. But generally, it's going to be a very an environment and lifestyle that's going to be very low in stimulating pursuits that we are very used to. Like, again, very, very few Hasidic Jews, I'm going to argue none, participate in firearms as a hobby. There's some cultural reasons for that. The other reason for that is it's fucking expensive to do.
No thing, no nothing.
I've only seen bad drivers, though.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because we have so much. We have like 10 children. We're all too busy. That's why we were upset by driving. We're getting nervous. That's the biggest violence you'll find by us. One day a year, it's called Purim. That
party.
We dance, people getting drunk. And the biggest good thing about that we're giving donations for other people.
Oh, that's right.
Do you know how much money goes out in this village?
I'm gonna guess millions.
Millions? Yeah. And that's without being so polite.
It basically picks on these people, and you see your grandmother, a simple, almost ascetic person who lives within her means and studies the Bible. Basically, yes. Like, these people have built their own community. They ask for nothing. They sit in their little enclave. You can come to their enclave. You can live here if you want to. It's going to be a very lonely existence unless you participate in the lifestyle. But that's about it.
Keeping open the doors. That's a thing on the. Yeah, right. No, not Gentile. But you're not going, I can see it.
I'm going.
No, you're not going. You're a Yid. Going back, you're a Yiddish kid.
Okay.
Are you a Yid?
I'm goyim.
Can you show me your license?
I know that you guys don't support
The big nose is the big nose is giving it away.
Zionism, or you guys don't support the Jewish state until the Messiah is here, right?
Exactly. They are not the Jewish people. They are not us, and we are not them. They are not Jewish at all. The state of Israel is a secular state, same as Japanese, but they call themselves Jewish people. They don't obey no laws. They're taking.
See, that's the other thing. The Hasidics make a clear delineation between sort of their orthodoxy of religious practice and ethnicity. That's why they have that's why they use different terminology for it, essentially. And yes, the very secular state of Israel rubs them the wrong way because they would prefer that it was like a totally religious state in line with their practices.
Taking out kids from.
There are Hasidic enclaves there.
The yeshiva, sending them to draft to army to fight Hamas, which they create the problem. If they would listen to the Torah, the whole war wouldn't be.
How do people afford to have so many kids here?
They don't afford, we help each other. We open 2 groceries called Maitiv. We're giving them 50% discount. Just giving you one example.
Yeah, I could get a discount too?
Yes, because the store is officially made for everybody.
The one thing I am curious about though is the welfare use.
Both the federal or whatever the state, they're both spending equals money for other people. The only difference is over here, the money is being spent for us and our mouth to eat, and in Bronx it's being spent for the NYPD to fight.
Are you on welfare?
No.
Do you know anyone on welfare here?
I won't comment on that question.
Come on.
How should I answer the
You own a shop. You own a supermarket basically. So you would know. Give me a rough estimate if you can.
No.
Why not?
I'm not.
But why? Why? Why is that the stick?
Because you don't discuss the financial circumstances of other people. Why aren't you allowing yourself to be tax cattle like everyone else? Well, they pay taxes. No, they are also tax cattle for everyone else, no, Terry. That's the thing. Maybe he's trying to phrase it like that, but he's not. Again, this man runs a kosher food supplier. Do you not think that he pays taxes? Do you not think he pays payroll? On top of the fact that they also just have inter-community charity? It's like that time that the 2 Korean dudes were like, oh, but the Jews, what do? They lend each other money interest-free or like at reduced interests while they inflict usury on everyone else. No, what you call usury is a bank selling you a piece of money. It's very familiar with taxes. That man is very familiar with taxes. Wants every IRS building to collapse spontaneously. Yes, exactly. The IRS is up his ass because he is a business owner. But the earlier point I was trying to make, and I forgot the point that I was trying to make. Thank you for derailing that. What was I talking about? I lost my train of thought entirely. But yes, as a business owner, he still pays his payroll tax. He pays income tax. He participates in this. He runs a transparent business. Like what is the concern here? I was going somewhere with that, and then my train of thought was just completely it was destroyed by the cyberpunk music.
Because I can't answer you as simple.
You can give me a rough estimate though, just ballpark.
What do you think? And
I'm gonna guess 33%.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's probably about on average throughout the U.S. That's not terrible.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to figure out how people afford to raise 10+ kids on sometimes single-income households.
We don't spend so much money for each kid.
Humble living.
Thank you for the
like how many kids per family?
10, 12, 14, 15.
Oof, that's huge. And how do people afford?
Again, different definition of family here, because family includes extended family. So it's not just, one husband and wife. Family in the context that these people see family is the extended family. So it's including cousins, brothers, sisters, like everyone who is within a roughly connected first degree relation genealogy. So like under that definition, our family would be what? 9 children essentially, because that's between my dad and his brother and all of the kids downstream from them. So that would be also like all of my nieces and nephews.
Afford to have such big families out here.
So it's not a single income supporting 10, 13 children. It's likely 5 different incomes supporting those 10, 15 children.
Working.
Working? Like, what do people do for work out here?
What to do? Brokerage.
Brokerage?
Construction.
Okay.
Teaching in school.
Okay, teaching, school, construction. What percentage of people do you think are on welfare, Medicaid? A lot?
A lot of people. Big people.
Okay. Okay. What do they do?
What I do?
Yeah, what do you do for work?
I'm a student.
The camera lens is the fisheye lens is definitely a choice.
Okay, how old are you?
Okay, it's very late to me.
I see. Thank you. Would you like to be interviewed?
But I know can professional English, so.
You speak English? Any English? No? Okay. Tough to find someone that speaks English out here.
What do you mean tough to find anyone who speaks English? You've spoken to like in excess of 20 people by now.
It's tough to find anyone
Why do you record yourself lying but also have evidence of the fact that what you are saying is not accurate?
besides the Mexicans out here at work. These guys are looking at their phones half the time too. I'm a little bit confused. And why is everyone on the smart or on the flip phone? Are they actually speaking to someone? Like, are you actually on the phone with someone?
Yes.
Oh, you are? Okay. Some people I hear are on the radios.
Could be.
Okay. Pregunta. Este ciudad, Jews?
Yes.
Solo?
Yeah, it's only the Jews.
And las personas,
Kirsha pointed this one out. So why are you talking to the guy in Spanish but he's replying in English?
Hispanic, trabaja por construcción?
Yes.
Jews trabaja en construcción aquí o no?
Only the Hispanics.
Hispanics? Okay. Thank you, my friend. Okay.
Again, you have footage of a guy walking off a construction site in a safety hat with a tablet. Bro, do you not know what's in your own videos? Is this supposed to be rage bait? I guess this is supposed to be rage bait.
Okay, so this is sort of a well-known fact, but it's good to hear from him that the Hispanics are working the construction out here and the Jews are living here. You work in the medical industry.
Yes.
And you help someone who's elderly or?
Well, it's for pediatrics.
Pediatrics.
It's a private office for Dr. Rosberger.
Okay, I've noticed that seemingly only
Dr. Roseberger. Gee, I wonder if he works there.
Hispanics are out here working.
Yes.
And I have not seen many of the Jewish people here working.
Yeah.
Do you know what's going on there?
That I don't know, but
What do you, again, I've not seen many Jewish people here working. You've been at multiple grocery stores staffed by locals. You've been... You fucking slimeball.
we do have a few coworkers also that are
Okay.
Jewish. But I have noticed that also.
I'm trying to figure out how you guys afford to have so many kids, though.
I mean,
I see all these Mexican workers, too.
personally,
Yeah.
I'm struggling.
You're struggling? Yeah.
It's not easy. Most of
Okay.
the people I know
Are most people who have this amount of kids on forms of welfare, like SNAP, Medicaid, housing assistance, that sort of thing?
a lot of people. I'm not.
Yeah.
I can't talk for others, and I don't know.
Do
A
you
lot of
think?
people have because I mean,
Yeah.
for sure they are eligible for.
Like tax credits for the kids, right?
Yeah, and they're eligible more for.
Again, how much tax credit do you get for multiple kids? Let's go look at that lovely graphic.
I mean,
Yeah.
for sure they are eligible for.
Like tax credits.
So you can only make use of tax credit if you pay more taxes than you get in credits. You know, like if it's just tax credit, it's not like you can cash it out. Lovely graphic that you've made there. The AI doing work. Federal tax credit, New York State tax credit, $1,000 per child under the age of 4. Up to 220 per child. So is that enough to raise a child? Like, does that cover your expense on a child? Does $3,500 cover expenses for raising a kid throughout the year? Never mind that you need to pay at least that in taxes to even benefit from it. New York New York has shit tax credits. I mean, it's to be expected of New York. Like, he flashes this graphic over here for a moment. But what does the graphic really show? First of all, these are tax credits that are available to anyone. Like, if you have kids, you file with them as dependents on your tax form, you get all of the same tax credits. What next? What comes after that? Let's presuppose that you get $3,500 per child under the age of 17 per year. Does that do a lot? I'm not sure that covers food. Never mind that, again, that's a deduction that you take in tax credit. You need to be paying taxes in the first place.
That's for the kids, right?
Yeah, and they're eligible more for whatever, for low income, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Because you have that many kids.
Like Section 8 waivers for stuff like this?
Something like
Yeah. So, do most people work jobs out here? Or is it kind of just raising their kids?
As far as I know, yes. I mean, the woman will raise her kids, and most of the men will work.
And the women raise the kids full time?
Most of them. There are some women who will work part-time, and less women
Yeah.
work full-time.
So just like every other normal society?
But it's very hard to work when you have that many kids.
Right. Could I move here as a non-Hasidic Jew? Would I be able to, though? That's my real question, because I've heard it's practically impossible.
It's not true.
It's not true?
No. Nobody can stop you. You're not going to be comfortable.
I get that, but would someone actually rent or sell me a house out here as a non-Hasidic Jew? Unlikely, right?
It's not unlikely. I mean, unlikely maybe. I can't.
Okay.
I don't own a house.
Sure.
To rent you to ask you this question.
Yeah.
But the point is that everybody lives wherever they want to.
Sure.
Like the same as I live here. No.
Again, there is no reason for you to want to live there. Therefore, like, you can live there. You're just not going to enjoy the experience. Not only that, there's nothing to do there. Like, there is a reason, like, let's take an example. Why don't I go and move to a town of Hasidic Jews somewhere in Texas? First of all, I don't think there's one in Texas. But even if there were one, why don't I want to move to that place? First of all, I don't fucking want to deal with Hasidic Jews. That's a very big component of it. Second of all, there's nothing to do there. There's not going to be an MMA gym in my vicinity. There's not going to be a shooting range within reasonable driving distance. Like, I'm not going to be able to do things I like. I don't know what normies like, but I assume the same normie entertainment also just does not exist in those towns. Like, would you like to, I don't know, have your closest movie theater to you not work on the Sabbath? The Sabbath, by the way, being Friday night? Probably not.
Nobody told me, hey.
If all of the schools if there's no public schools in the area and there's only private religious schools, does it make sense for you to go there? Or do you want to send your kid to a private religious school? I don't.
Hey, you have to live here. I live here because I want to live here. Correct?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're dealing with a community of guys who issue hard labor and study their religion. They're gonna roll like wicker men of equivalent size. I'm not sure what that means. How does a wicker man roll?
If a secular guy is going to move in, he's going to be uncomfortable. I don't want my kids should play.
Oh, in a dojo? Again, I don't think any of them participate in that. Just because it's like martial practices are counter to Hasidic practices.
In the house of a secular guy, because the reason why I want...
Again, they are the priestly class. They are the how should I put this? It's just not your not only is it not my scene. The thing is that, like, their lifestyle is very contrary to like sensibilities of most people, which is again why they choose to congregate with like-minded people. And you are not prevented from also congregating with like-minded people.
I want to live here because I want to be religious.
I see.
I want my kids should be religious.
Sure, that makes sense.
I don't hate them. I love
yeah,
them.
no, that's reasonable.
I will have
yeah. Have you heard of the all-white community in the Ozarks?
I know, yeah.
Would you agree with them doing that?
I don't know. I don't want to live there. The point is not this.
But you think they should be allowed to do so, though, right?
I have a lot of opinions.
Do you think they should?
As I told you, you have to sit down.
Oh man, all right, you're a complicated guy. Could I buy a house there? Would they let me?
Legally, I think you.
Legally, I could, but they wouldn't, right?
It's a good question. How they will deal with that.
Why is everyone so busy? Back to the video.
No speak English.
None?
No.
As I was going around, my drone captured the most dangerous people in the city. Bad drivers. But real quick, the sponsor of this video pulled out once they learned what the topic was. So if you want to support the channel, get access to
I doubt you had a sponsor for the video.
these videos early and watch never before seen content I can't upload on YouTube, go subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/TylerOliveira for $5 a month.
You want to congregate with like-minded Orthodox Christians, but those tend to get called militants by the FBI?
Back to the video.
I think I have seen something that looks like Orthodox churches popping up in sort of the in a few of the areas I'm in. I'm gonna be vague about that.
If you want, I can give you.
Hi, sir. He said that he gave me $500.
And go check it out.
You can call the police. They'll make a police report.
It doesn't pay.
$500 for that? Come on, man.
Denise, will you give me $2,000?
I don't have
won't you give me a
$2,000.
change?
I don't have $2,000.
Oh,
For
if
the
it were me, I
policeman.
would just call the police, get the police report, and handle it through his insurance.
Okay, so.
That's some damage right there. $2,000-$3,000 worth is my guess. And just for context, do you live here?
How is this germane to the topic of the video? Oh, a traffic accident happened. Have you seen cars in Texas? Because I'm pretty sure that it's more rare to see one that doesn't have half of its fucking bumper torn off than to see an intact car on a Texas highway. Do not give money at accidents.
You work here? Okay. Wow, look at this, another accident! Oh my god! It just hit. They cannot fucking drive out here. There's a car accident here. They're trying to go outside of insurance. It's a phenomenal style of driving out here that leads to quite a few car accidents, it seems like.
I will frequently cross an intersection, not even at a highway, just, you know, a reasonable size intersection. I will see pieces of car by the fucking crossing. I will see pieces of, like, headlights, fucking, I don't know, I'll see pieces of wheels. This isn't India, fucker. This isn't even Massachusetts. Well, yeah.
She's concerned that the police might have a really good relationship with the people here.
Oh, valid. They probably do. That's why we're going to hold them accountable with the camera. What happened?
I came down over here, and she was over here, and I was waiting, and she started to backing up. I was turning, and that's it.
I see. The rest is history.
I need license and registration.
Oh, yeah. He said that he's going to give me $2,000 to send me quick pay.
He said he's gonna give her $2,000 now, what she was originally asking, so we don't, use the resources and all that.
Wait, I gotta ask you a question. How many kids do you have?
7.
7? How do you afford to feed 7 kids out here?
I work 24 hours.
24 hours on the bus. Wow. Okay.
That's his recurring shtick that has gotten him nowhere so far. How you have a lot of kids? How can you afford a lot of kids? I work. Oh, okay. Look, the police responded in a timely manner. Wow.
Big families, hard workers.
God bless your trip.
Thank you.
23 degrees, frozen streets. School bus doesn't give up. No one can drive out here.
You're supposed to give way to a school bus, you fucking tit.
We got the buses on our ass right now. What is this? What is this? What? Bro, this driving is insane. Bro, what is this fucking idiot in the school bus? Bro, what the fuck? What is this driving? What is this driving?
The way you're driving.
You're trying to kill us out here.
You were driving below the speed limit.
No, we weren't.
25.
This is the most unintentional advertisement for this city you've ever seen.
You need to learn how to drive. You're gonna get your kids killed in here. You're gonna get these kids killed. An irresponsible school bus driver. And if you walk through the neighborhood, you'll begin to see the presence of kids everywhere as women give birth to about 7 children on average. Massive families, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus kids per family out here. All of these strollers and little kid bikes. Another one. Tons of kids. And then a school bus.
Oh no. A community where you can have kids and it's like just safe to raise a family. Yeah. So what's your point? What is the big discovery here?
For those kids. New construction over there, more houses being built, foundation being laid. Some of these houses are quite nice.
I imagine there are massive families inside them. 1, 2,
I love how he's not showing the less nice houses.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 wheeled toys for the kids. Can I ask you, how large is your family?
1.
And do most families have, how many kids do they have? Most families?
5, 10.
5, 10?
You bet they don't let those fuckers get away with subpar building quality on those houses? Possibly.
And how do they pay for that many kids? You don't know? What is your job?
The Bible.
You read the Bible?
It's very late for me.
For the kids? What is your job? Like, what do you do to make money?
My wife is working.
Okay, your wife works?
Yeah, I have enough time.
What do you do for work? Okay, all right, busy man. Thank you.
I'm a family of 6.
Okay, nice.
And I do handiwork.
Okay. Do most people out here work?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. What percentage of this whole town is children? Maybe like half?
No, more than half.
More than half?
Yeah, because if you can have like 15 children in a family, automatically it's much more than half.
And last question for you.
Not much better physiognomy-wise on the shooter. All right, let's see. Do we have a fresh ID? Oh no. Yeah. Less Reddit mod, to be fair. The Norwood Reaper comes for all. 37-year-olds Alex Preddy Adidas shot by Border Patrol. Governor Tim Walz announces he's ordered activation deployment. Minnesota National. Okay, we have to interrupt the noticing for a moment. Third angle of the shooting. That one I'm gonna vet quickly off screen. Just a second. Please, no audio. Wait, the gun is out. The gun is out. Shows one of the agents running away from the scuffle before the shooting, carrying the victim's handgun. Oh, that's not great. Wait, is he carrying the victim's handgun? Because there's a handgun on the floor if that's a handgun. That's the officer's handgun. Did that gun discharge? There is a gun on the floor. I see a gun in his hand. I do not see a sign of a discharge. But it's also shitty grainy video, so it doesn't look like that gun discharged. At least for now, it doesn't look that way. Interesting.
Have you activated the National Guard? I know that the Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters.
What did that man come there to do with a loaded firearm? What was he doing when that happened? What was he doing to elicit that response?
Threw gas indiscriminately and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County.
Can I volunteer to go and suppress Minnesota? Will I get a warm clothing and ammo allowance to do so?
Are most families out here on any form of welfare, like Section 8, SNAP, Medicaid, housing assistance?
Most families?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so, not as far as I know.
Are you?
I have Medicaid, but
okay.
I have my own business, and make my money, fair and square.
Respect. Okay, we got the Crown Sterling right here. Hello. Can I interview as a local business owner? I'm trying to ask people about their business out here and how life is in Kiryas Yol.
Which kind of stores do you take?
I just want to interview anyone who owns a store out here.
Where is it going?
On YouTube.
It's working now?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
No? Okay. Oh, man. Okay, so you don't want to be interviewed.
Delete this file.
I cannot delete it, but I will walk away. Are you sure you don't want to be interviewed?
I can sue you.
You can sue me? What? You went from...
You are on the curbside of private property. You are like a hair away from being trespassed.
This to this? You went nuclear. What? He's gonna sue me? Come on now. See this driving. My God.
Why is he reacting like he's just threatened to kill him? This fucks chain of evidence, but the truth is annoyingly the situation to be unsupported by local law enforcement and encouraging hostility. They've made policing such events impossible. Yes, when your police doesn't do policing, it tends to create issues, especially when your public starts interfering with federal law enforcement doing their job.
This terrible driving skill is a testament to the dense population. My God. It's a fascinating way of life. But despite 40%...
It's not only that, here's the thing. The moment you produce a firearm during a police interaction, that is it. You are no longer alive. You will be shot at that particular instance. The moment you choose to produce a firearm during a police interaction is when you die.
Of the population living beneath the poverty line, I did not have to worry about getting shot or mugged out here by gangsta drug dealers on the corner of every block. In terms of random violence, I think this is the safest place I have ever filmed at.
We got is this a flip phone vending machine? Flip phone vending machine? Wow.
Instead of liquor stores, they had kosher phone vending machines and public safety security force.
Is this funded by the taxpayers, this public safety, all these trucks and whatnot? Yes. Okay, so this is tax...
I have no time to sit on the phone now.
Oh, you're busy, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, of course. Of course you are. Thanks.
And volunteer firefighters.
So... You've asked a vague question, you received a vague answer, and you're going to try to say that's proof of anything, okay?
Fighters and EMS.
Can you show me what's going on in here?
So what we've learned is that poverty doesn't cause crime. Lack of homogeneity and fatherlessness causes crime. What did he mean by this?
Tell me what you guys do.
So basically we provide coverage for the fire service, for the village of Kiryas and the town of Palm Tree.
Okay. Are you a volunteer firefighter?
This is all volunteer fire.
All volunteer work.
Fire department.
And how fast can you guys respond to emergencies, given how tiny the town is?
We have a 90-second response.
90 seconds?
Yes.
Nice. 90-second response time for any emergency service is wild.
Okay, cool. So anyone, even non-Jewish people, you guys will arrive?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Just for the whole community?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
90-second response time. I think if I call 911 now, my response time, well, not their response time in my area is going to be 30 to 40 minutes.
And some volunteer work. There's some lessons we can learn. Communal living, helping each other out, looking out for each other.
They even had their own.
How does Hasidic culture deal with being a firefighter? Yeah, it's a thing you're supposed to do. You're doing it for the benefit of the community. Even if it's on the Shabbat, I assume they have some kind of cutout and some kind of exception. Because generally, if I recall correctly, the default assumption is that religious prescriptions are to be followed unless there is risk of grave harm or death. In which cases, there are exceptions. Like, you make exceptions. If there is a fire on the Sabbath, yes, you can go put it out, obviously.
Own kosher AAA.
So we got the Chevy Suburban, we got a pickup truck, and let me show you the
This is
equipment.
like Jewish AAA or what?
Basically.
But it's community funded, right?
Yes.
Who pays for the trucks?
We have a couple of sponsorships. Collision on the Go is
Okay.
one of our
That's
sponsors.
a local company here?
Yes.
In the area? So, for instance, I do not have to have a AAA membership if I live in Kiryas Joel.
No, you can have our number. We got everything. all the equipment, everything what we need.
Even for the Gentiles?
Whatever you need, you call us, we're
Okay,
coming
so you guys
out.
are helping anyone who calls.
You call us, we go out.
Okay, we're hopping.
Fantastic. It turns out that you don't even really need the government to plug or national providers for a lot of these things. You can just, come together as a small community and agree that you're going to fund it. Usually you will have like wealthy families in the area who are big donors to these causes, and things will just work. Amazing. You can have high trust societies.
Hopping on a call right now. Let's see how this works. Thanks for having me. Hey, what's the call?
What was a flat tire?
Just a community
It's so weird. It's almost like government is kind of ancillary.
member.
Yeah, just someone called.
Okay, there it is. Okay, so he's already on the job. He got here faster than us.
Are we going to see a mandatory foreskin inspection just to make sure that he's eligible to receive help?
Young volunteer, quick to the work. It would be pretty convenient to get a flat tire, call up the city, and they just help you out.
They didn't call up the city. They called up a community-run service.
Imagine that world. When you live the same, you look the same, you pray the same, you can do cool shit like that. We're at the Curious Shoal Volunteer EMS. You gotta give respect to all these guys doing volunteer work for the community. Can I pop in?
Sure.
Okay.
And here you go. Here's the food packages. Everybody gets a package of that. Some little chips inside.
Right, this is beautiful. Community unification here and altruism. I like it. And we gotta take notes, man. We gotta do that for ourselves, for everyone.
No, he's just doing PR for this,
else
I
in
know.
America. Take notes. This is beautiful, but it requires some selflessness. It requires some additional work. You're missing hours with the family and loved ones and kids to help other people. They have a bigger picture approach here, and they look at the community as a whole. How many school buses are here?
The town, over 100.
Over 100. Don't want them here. Wait, but isn't it public property?
No, it's not public.
No, this is a privately owned lot with publicly funded buses.
Yes.
Oh, it's privately owned buses too.
Privately owned buses too.
And you guys just purchased the buses yourselves?
Self, yeah.
Like who individually? Is it the rabbi?
On the note of this, you saw a clip last night that made you want to see if there was a way to help to go maintain shelter shacks in the mountains. Well, yeah, there you go. Find out if that's something that you want to do. If you think that's something that's productive for your local community, yeah.
Okay, the rabbi buys the bus. Am I stupid? Then who buys the fucking buses then? If it's a stupid question. Well, who's the boss of the town?
Well, you want him to name like a specific person of a private business? Are you retarded?
What? This is a privately owned company. Sure. I see. Is it mostly private schools out here? Is it a mix of private?
He cut out as the guy was about to ask who buys your equipment for your YouTube channel.
But in public schools, 99% private.
And of course, kosher supermarkets.
Oh, how are we going to gloss over the fact that these people live in a way where they just avoid using a gigantic government provided service known as public schools? They still pay their fucking property tax that goes directly into the ISD, and yet we're not going to highlight how they just reject an entire gigantic expenditure, which is the public school system. They just don't participate in that.
It's maintained by an army of Mexican laborers all over town.
Just keep in mind everything's kosher. Excuse me. Do you guys take EBT?
We do.
Like, do most people come in here and use EBT? Yeah. Okay, what percentage of people would you say use EBT for their groceries here? 100%. 100%? Wow. He said 100%. Huh? Oh, what percentage would you say? What would be your estimate?
Well, 50, but not 100.
Because 100's too much, right? What percentage?
But Crow, how do you socialize without public schools? Well, you socialize in private ones.
How much of people here use EBT for their groceries?
35%.
A little bit difficult to conclude what to take away from that. The question is, are a lot of these big families dependent on the welfare state to survive? And then the secondary question is, do they work?
Yes, I work here.
I know, but do the people that live here
Do the people here work? Yes, I work here in this store. Refuses to acknowledge that fact.
work
yeah,
here?
my work is for the people that live here.
Okay, so that's what I've heard. A lot of business owners. Heard some people do study the Torah for a couple years.
But if they do that, many times
Their wives are working. That's what I've learned too.
times it's too.
And a synagogue around every street's corner so the men could study the Torah while their wives went out and worked.
It's technically a shul, it's not a synagogue, because the purpose of a synagogue is a community gathering center.
People are studying, praying. Beautiful. Wow. Okay, I think I finally made it.
You're showing us the same fucking shul, by the way. That's the same building that you filmed at previously. What do you mean? I'm going to bet that there's probably not a shul on every corner. I'm going to say that there's no more than 5, probably fewer. Bad editing? I would say, I think the term is deceptive editing. Find it interesting that it's a German word? Well, I mean... God damn it, I forgot the name of the language. God, what is it? Shit. It's not Hebrew. What's the fucking diasporic language? It's completely lost the word there. I'm drawing a blank here. I'm coming up with nothing. I forgot. I forgot the name of the fucking language. What's the secondary language? You're intermittent poking in Deutsch. Schul is the word. Well, first of all, I think it might actually, well, first of all, the word school is derived from German because SCH. I'll be right back, just a second. Okay, we are back. Sorry, had a minor home emergency that required my attention for a moment there. Let me quickly just make sure that my phone vibrates. Alright, just leave that in front of me. Alright, as we were.
Synagogue? Synagogue? Okay. Let's just say hi. It's a synagogue.
Yiddish, that's the fucking word I was trying to remember. Yes, Yiddish has a lot of German loan words, incidentally.
I see it.
Do not say hi into the room of people doing something. You're being inherently disruptive.
How do people afford to have such big families out here?
Oh, this is a problem,
What
struggle, yeah.
People struggle?
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
So again, he keeps asking that question. He wants to hear, oh, we're stealing all of the money from the Gentiles, and every time it's, well, it's kind of hard because, like, you know, it's money, and we all work for the money.
What do people do for jobs? Because I've noticed a ton of the Mexicans are working.
What do people do for jobs? My brother in Christ, you were shown what people do for jobs. They run businesses. They work in those businesses. Some of them do other work. Like, it's just not the... I guess the problem here is that Tyler can't quite comprehend of work existing outside of construction sites and retail. What kind of job do you work, Tyler? You're not in construction and retail?
Work in the retail stores?
Yeah.
What do the Jewish people do for work?
They own the business.
How do they get to own the businesses?
They make the business, like they identify that there is demand in the market that's not being satisfied, for example, for kosher food. They usually borrow money within the community, and then they make the business, and then they pay the money back.
I have no idea. We could say
People work by themselves.
Okay.
They work hard, they drive buses, they are teachers, they're employees.
Candid camera recording is New York a single party consent state? I'm not sure it is.
Employees by companies, and people build up companies by themselves, and people build up their businesses by their own. You work from 9 to 5, a lot of people work more. You work hard. You
Okay,
get money.
I see. It's 2:59. Why aren't people at work?
A lot of people are at work.
But
know
you
how
guys
many
aren't at
people are
work.
living here?
Yeah.
These are all teenagers.
I see. Okay, these are young kids.
Young kids.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, so do you work?
I'm in college.
Okay, where do you go to college?
Here.
Oh, here. Okay, in town.
Yes.
Is everyone
No, as in like in the building here.
in college? Do all of the adults go to work?
Most, I will say.
Most?
90%.
Okay, do people here survive off of welfare?
No.
You've just been told that they do work. Are you retarded?
True.
It's not true.
No. Everyone have to work. You have to get money. But
Yeah.
when you have a lot of kids, like you have 8 kids, you can also get benefits like.
I see. Like the
Yeah, but you're not surviving off of benefits. You're using the benefits that you're eligible for to offset the suck. Should those benefits be in place? I think those need to be grossly redesigned. But from what I'm looking at, it's not a lot of benefits.
official number for like Medicaid, and it was like 93%. That number is not real.
You can look it up. It's not 93%.
It will say 93%.
Yeah, check it up now.
But I've already looked it up. I know what it'll
Yes?
say. Yeah, they'll say 93%.
Where does it say?
On Google. I don't know if that's real though. That's why I'm asking. Yeah.
I don't know, because I
Yeah.
know a lot of
I
people
think
and
it's-
most people have
Yeah.
a lot of kids, and even if they work,
Yeah.
They're qualified.
They qualify. Yeah. Okay, we got some knowledge just now. He says there's some misconceptions about the place. Is this where you make the iconic fur hats? Hey, let's see it. Can I try it on? Okay. Thank you.
They've moved on from small hats to big hats.
Whoa.
They're
It's heavy.
evolving.
On its spins too. For 1,500 USD at the cheapest price.
1,500. Definitely. I mean, sure.
Thank you guys for showing me. 8K? 8,000 bucks? My God.
As I was interviewing people, this dude tried to revoke my cameraman's First Amendment right to film him on a public sidewalk. It is a struggle getting B-roll out here.
Hey, it's illegal.
It isn't.
What?
It isn't. Howdy.
What is the pictures about?
Just feel like filming.
Filming what?
Just everything.
What do you mean everything?
What are you recording here?
Because I feel like it.
Why?
Because I feel like it.
For whom are you?
So you're some foreign. You're an outsider in this community. You just go around with a camera and you're surprised people are asking questions.
Recording it.
Because I feel like it.
And where will you post it?
I don't know, wherever my heart desires.
You took pictures of me personally.
I'm happy.
And
You look
want to
beautiful.
know. I want to know where you're gonna post it.
That's a very confrontational attitude, my dude. I wonder if you would have had the same confrontational attitude if you were in a place with a higher crime rate.
Everywhere.
Because I don't want to be.
I'm sorry. You walked into my shot, so.
No. I was before across the street and you
It's
pointed
okay.
the camera on me.
It's not a big deal. You're in public.
And then we began debating as to whether or not Curious Joel took out more money from the system than it gave back.
Why do you think that most people have your welfare?
The more kids you have, the more money you'd get if you're in those programs.
It's not because people are defrauding. When you have larger families, you're automatically, you can qualify in a bigger percentage.
100%.
Take out statistic and say, oh, this person has 6 kids. Look how much grants they receive from the government. But if you look at their expenses, then you see it's a different ball game. It just gives you, helps you.
Okay, well, you're not also looking at like the township scale, whether or not it pays more. You're looking at a family scale, and even at a family scale, you still have them as net contributors.
You to survive, it pushes through. How much money Curious Joel community saves for the state and the federal government by the fact that we have private schools. We have big business people that pay taxes and they contribute a lot. We have a lot of charity that's helping out people.
Significant public funding is not the same thing as having to operate the number of public schools you would need to support this population, you disingenuous cunt.
And also the fact that we study Torah, which in big part includes you should be honest and stay away from crime. So thank God that the crime
Yeah, so he's making big claims, but he's investigating none of them.
rate is very low. So that also saves a lot of money from police enforcement and from jails.
But I noticed you guys have that private security, which is taxpayer funded, right?
But that's paid from our taxes. It's the village.
Assuming you pay taxes, though, right?
Do you think someone here doesn't pay property tax?
Yeah, for sure. Renters.
I'm a renter.
You're a renter.
Yes. And my landlord 1 year increased me the rent because the tax went up. How can he afford it? Because I pay him rent.
Well, yeah, you're arguing the cost is indirectly turned over to
It's
you
not
as the renter.
indirectly, it's directly.
Let's say I had 10 kids.
Imagine trying to debate economics with a Hasidic Jew. Good luck, man.
And I made between 60 to 90K a year as a household. Then I could get almost $13,000 in cash benefits and pay no state income tax and no federal tax. So I would get $13,000 in cash, which I could then pay to, let's say, a landlord. Let's call it $2,000. That's half the year paid.
Don't
cost is indirect.
Rent because the tax went up. How can he afford it? Because I pay him rent.
Well, yeah, you're arguing the cost is indirectly turned over to
It's
you
not
as the renter.
indirectly, it's directly.
Let's say I had 10 kids and I made between 60 to 90K a year as a household. Then I could get almost $13,000 in cash benefits and pay no state income tax and no federal tax. So I would get
Yeah, and that's also very little money to go around. That is a miserable living, my guy.
$13,000 in cash, which I could then pay to, let's say, a landlord. Let's call it $2,000. That's half the year paid.
I don't think you get all of that in cash. That's the thing. You get that as tax credit. Tax credit is not cash.
You get the tax credit per child. You get
You do, though.
tax credit, but once you have 3 or 4 children, you don't get more if you have more children.
That's not true. The tax credit is multiplied by how many children you have. And there's no limit to the children you can have.
It's a formula. And you take into account that someone has 13 kids, and they pay tuition, they pay grocery, they feed their children, and they...
And all of that money, by the way, also gets taxed by the state. Every transaction, every time money changes hands, the state reaches it and takes its cut.
I'm arguing a lot of the taxpayers are paying for their children in the form of SNAP, EBT, and healthcare in the form of Medicaid.
I got it, and I want to answer you.
Yeah.
Now, you make this budget, figure out how much this costs, and now you say that you call a cash benefit, a tax return of benefit of $13,000. This doesn't cover 10 children. It's just a help.
But when you supplement that with the healthcare is covered via Medicaid, you have SNAP and EBT that helps cover groceries, if not the full amount for the groceries.
Have SNAP, the SNAP maybe would give $1,000 a month for a family, but you go in the grocery, check the
$1,000 a month for a family of 10 is not a lot. Again, like the thing is, I'm not saying that they're not receiving benefits. I'm saying that these benefits cannot support these families on their own. He's glossing over very obvious income that they still have to make in order to make ends meet. Like, I'm sorry, you cannot do this. What the hypothesis is not making sense. The math is not mathing.
Prices, you can't afford, you can't feed 10 people plus a father and mother, 12 people from $1,000 a month. So it's just a push, like it's a help. It's not covering.
That's true.
So, and also, me personally, I told you I'm working in the healthcare industry.
Yeah.
I don't have Medicaid. I have insurance by my employer.
Agreed,
If
yeah.
you take all business people, successful business people, just from Kiddus Joel, their taxes covers everything that we take back. There's someone...
Arguably, I would say they're probably net contributors. That's before we factor in the fact that they also do local charity.
Kiva Klein, he's a big developer. I'm sure he pays a lot of taxes. You see over there, Appstone. They're compensating with their tax payments, and then they're compensating with their charity.
Oh, there
that
you
they
go.
help out a lot of people here. The Jewish people that you claim, they're employing like over 1,000 people. They have a big building in Manhattan. They pay a lot of property tax. They have
They also pay payroll tax for all of the Mexicans that you were pointing out previously.
warehouses in New Jersey, and they're very fair company. They're honest, and even though they are the job providers,
So you'd say overall, the Hasidic Jewish community is a financial positive.
contributing to the
Contributing to
United
society.
States.
He was basically arguing that the minority of extremely wealthy Jewish businessmen that employ a ton of people elsewhere easily compensates for the amount of money residents here took out of the system in various forms of welfare.
How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing well. It's a little cold.
Yeah, I know. What's going on?
Nothing much?
No?
How can I help you?
I was just called to talk to you. Some people are a little nervous in the recording with the masks and stuff, so...
It's cold. The mask stays on, you know?
I get it. You know what I mean? I just got called here, so I got to come by and...
For sure.
Do my due diligence, you know what I mean?
100%, sir.
Okay. So what are you recording for?
Just personal stuff.
I get you. It's public, so I know you can.
If you've never been to a community like this, right?
Sure.
You're unknown.
Sure.
It's unusual activity. Suspicious for you to have a camera at people's faces wherever they go.
You guys are going to be upset that they're here, right? And you guys are going to call us over here. Just don't engage them. You know what I mean? If that's what you guys
Yeah, no one's forced to get...
Some people are going to get upset that they're here.
Well, welcome to the United States of America.
I don't want to get recorded.
This is the United States of America. Then just walk away. Just walk away. Jesus Christ. This is some...
So they've injected themselves into a community. They're being rude assholes about it, and they're surprised that people are reacting to them because they're rude New Yorker assholes.
You know it. You don't get extra privileges. No. This is bullshit. You know it.
Yeah, they're going to be upset and calling about you guys. And you guys don't want us harassing you.
Well, why would you harass us if we're exercising our First Amendment, right?
Because
Have
you
I
follow
harassed you?
people.
Exactly. It's a rhetorical question. There's no means to harass us because we're doing nothing wrong.
No.
Okay.
There was a terrorist attack in Australia Sunday. You come in front of synagogues with a covered face. People are
I
allowed
didn't.
to
But
get
I get the face.
No, I'm
sure.
answering his question, but he didn't ask you the question, right? He was talking to me right now.
Yeah.
okay,
I agree.
What I told you too
Sure.
was if you guys are going to call about each other and have these kind of interactions, right? No, we had to find conversation. Just leave each other alone.
All right, this is excessive. Obviously, we can talk to anyone who wants to talk. So this is the equivalent of a
That's the thing. Nobody wants to talk to you.
doctor. Come in here, get yourself checked out.
No filming notice on the entrance, by the way.
Is this a hospital or like a doctor clinic?
It's a medical facility, so there's lots of like doctor's offices. Okay.
Is this mostly for the Jewish community? Do I have
Oh, wait. So this is an actual medical facility that just exists as opposed to just, laundering money. Like the thing that you were salty about not overshadowing your entire career.
to be Jewish to get health care? Okay.
Hidden camera while recording in an area you're not supposed to record in. Lovely.
Are most people here on like Medicaid?
He's going to cry after he's getting slapped with lawsuits for this. Because someone is going to be litigious enough to go after him after he's filmed in spaces he's not supposed to be filming in.
A lot of patients are.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. She said a lot of patients are on Medicaid, which is in conflict with what they're telling me in the synagogue.
And they're having so many kids, Curious Joel's population doubled from 2010 to 2024.
How many kids on average does each family have out here?
Between 2 and really unpredictable.
Like 2 to 10?
Yeah.
How many do you have?
3.
3. Okay, that's pretty small for out here, right?
I'm still in the younger age.
How old are you?
27.
Okay, young man. What do people do for work out here?
There's all kind of work. There's a lot of educated people, there's everything. Anyways, I gotta go work. Thank you so much.
Okay, what do you do for work, by the way?
I'm doing a few things. I'm driving buses. I'm working in the mechanic shop. I'm working a lot in the office.
That's a lot of jobs.
Yes.
So if you want to talk about people living in a theocratic, ethnic enclave, then look no further. Curious Joel is an example of that, and then some. When people are talking about Dearborn, Michigan this,
I love how he tries to spin it like, oh, like, how do you afford this? The dude just told you he works 3 jobs. And you're a YouTuber.
a theocratic, ethnic enclave, then look no further. Curious Joel is an example of that, and then some. When people are talking about Dearborn, Michigan this, Dearborn, Michigan that, this is an example of only Jews living here.
Dearborn, Michigan. First of all, actually, okay, let's talk about Dearborn, Michigan for a moment. Didn't fresh imports to Dearborn, Michigan become tax exempt for like what Seku was telling me about this? They were exempt from, they got a tax holiday for like 10 years. In Dearborn, Michigan, they'll have like a family with 4 wives, and then each one of those wives claims benefit as a single mother, despite the fact that they all have kids from the same guy, but they fraudulently claim those benefits, while also being openly antagonistic to the American way of life, as opposed to these people who seem to be participating in the American way of life. They're building up businesses, they're engaging in commerce, they build their own private schools, they leave people the fuck alone. And you know what they also don't do? They don't proselytize. Because unlike Islam, they're not an expansionist culture. So thank you for once again confirming that you are a duplicitous cocksucker, Tyler Oliveira.
And a lot of them are tapping into welfare benefits.
What if you could clean your...
Holy cope and seethe. Stretch before you reach, you fucking drooling retard. It's very similar to Nobita in the sense that he's managed to film arguments against the topic that against his own spin, which is almost impressive. Right. Okay. I think we're done with reacting for the day. And it's been 4 hours. I think we're gonna cut the stream short because I wanna go and make sure that everything is all right backstage. Check my phone. Nothing on the phone. Yeah. Right. I think we're gonna cut it for today because I don't want to leave Subnautica like on a single hour just because it's not fun to play it for a single hour. And quickly take a look if we have anyone surviving our little intermission in chat, and if not, we're just gonna kill the stream. I think that's perfectly fine. All right, we have a couple of stragglers here. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, let's prepare to raid then. Let's see who we can raid. Yubi's doing stuff. Monkey's doing stuff. Everyone's doing stuff. You know what? Let's. Digby came in to say hi, and he's doing something interesting. Duck Detective, okay. Well, since I did stiff you for gameplay today, there you go. You get to look at some duck detectiving. All right, raid is gearing up. I'm not aware of any disruptions next week. However, I am going in for a deep clean early in the week. I'm not sure that I'll be... They're supposed to numb me for like a day, and I'm not sure when my follow-up appointment is. So if I am able to enunciate by Wednesday, then there will be a stream. And if there's not a stream, well, I'll post about it on the socials. All right. Thank you, everybody, for dropping by. This has been Onii-san reminding you to carry a gun with you every day. Bye-bye.
Oh damn, we're